No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political money in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, big road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The old man loved the country, but God knows he just can't make it. Those are some of our sound bites. Today is going to be a very interesting day. We got some historical context. If you are a student of Liberian history today, you should be willing to listen to the background as we lay them out. And then we are going to engage our guests. Is he going to be the Jake Milton of the Totma era, or is he going to be the John Bear of the Doe era? We're going to delve into that. We're going to lay the historical context. There are things that I have been saying since I was a child that were attributed to Jake Milton. Most and all of those things may not have been true, but he is no longer around to clarify, to set the history straight. So was John Bear. Under the Doe administration, we have attributed a lot of quotation to him. He never had a chance. There were no YouTube. There was no closing argument. There were no social media for him to clear his name. So we have the two legendary figures, Jake Milton, and John P. Bear. Today we have Mr. Johnson is coming on. There have been a lot of quotations attributed to him. Today is his chance to come out here to face the Liberian people outside of the comfort of the Ministry of Information, to debunk, if it is a myth, he will set apart lies, conjecture, fiction, and myth. So we are glad to be in a space where we have intellectuals that do their homework when they are coming to these interviews, so it doesn't become gotcha kind of journalism. We have proofs. In my hand are some of the articles that have been downloaded as proofs, and more articles. And I know you in cyberspace have tons of them. Some were written by journalists. Mr. Johnson is going to be here to separate fact from fiction. But let me welcome Honorable Sylvester Pewee, the Dean of the Cabinet when it comes to our diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He will be here to set the tone. Honorable Pewee, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. We look forward to having a very good show. I don't know what role you're going to give me now today, because if I'm going to say continue my role as a spokesperson of the government, and then you have the deputy spokesperson coming. I don't know if
when your boss is when your boss is in the house, you don't speak.
I don't know if
you support the boss.
I am the real spokesperson or the spokesperson coming now, and sometimes. But again, and that's the side of the politics of our country. That's the irony about it. If you want to be balanced, then they tell you to be a government spokesperson, a government boy. If you are overly critical, they say, okay, you are an anti the state or so, or you are a lot of things, different kind of a nomenclature will come in. But again, we look forward to having a very wonderful conversation. We're going through the soundbite, and I heard Representative from Bon County saying the Omer is good, but people around him. But this same representative, quite a recent time, he had opportunity to be chairman, Ru, and other. Everything from the other staffer he was taking it away. Today he's trying to call other. You see, and that's the irony about Liberia, right? So sometimes it's difficult. When he head up today, he was one of those very corrupt person, allegedly corrupt element at the legislature there, other thing. Today he's putting, and it doesn't make sense. And we have to be very clear and balanced when we're tracking the issue sometimes. But yes, we look forward to seeing a very wonderful show as we move through the night today.
You see, this is why very few are chosen to sit in where you sit, because like politics is like a flip of a coin, right? Today you are in and you defend. Tomorrow you are out and you're on the offense. You go out there. That's right. And this is the beginning. And I go back to your own parable, right? When you honor the water, you see everything there. You see
that is.
You see when you come out, you come out. You want to tell a different story. Somebody else comes out and says, "Yeah, but this guy who talking, he and I were just under the water."
Yeah. My late grandmother told me something about that parable back in the years. That's a very little boy coming up. But yeah, we went that night. During the war, I normally used to go in the interior of my late grandmother on the fishing expedition. And at the time, my late grandmother, normally she would go on her fishing expedition at night, midnight.
Yes.
We will leave the village. We will leave the village midnight because there's a way there's kind of a way she would go and kind of net you would hit, and then there's this kind of a ends thing that will come to a particular part of the river or the creek, if you will. And then we used to go for this catfish and other thing, the country catfish. And then she would just go cut that area. There's a way she would do it, and then she'll put the wood, the firewood on the side of the river bank, and I would be there picking. I normally used to love going with her. I will be there sometime from 12 midnight, 1, 2, 3. We'll start wrapping away around 3, 4. So one other time, coming, there's a comment that she said, you see, what do we always come to here? You see, when the catfish come from here, so catfish go very big that the catfish come from here and go say the other fish you saw with beer, beer. Don't never look at what a catfish said. You catfish from there. So you see, so that lived with me been with me now for decades.
That's right. Yeah,
for more than 2 decades since she said this to me. It just happened yesterday when you said anything about Kamara. You said Kamara saying that, I said no. When the catfish come from there, tell you it. Trust me. Say, now play that we can hang us down. Don't look it. So you gotta take it very serious. So today you see your man firing now.
Look, this is why we tell folks, children that speak multiple languages, they are highly intelligent because their sense of processes is complicated. That's why, but before they speak, they have processed it double time, like the process in English, in Basa, in Bandi. By the time it comes out, it is synthesized. And this is where you are when you are talking those things. It's like the Liberian man say, what they say, Coco Jumoko, you got to be inside to know it. That's what they say. I don't know the exact word.
You're not inside, you don't know.
Yeah, you're not inside, you don't know.
You're not inside, you don't know.
You sit there and you defend and you say, this is how it should be and this is how it's going to be. Tomorrow when you were out, you say, listen, when I was there, I did it differently. Let me welcome Myean Torgbean. How you doing, young man?
I'm doing great, Mr. Gayman, and how you doing, Mr. Pewee? And to our viewers and our listeners who are watching the show and listening to the show via radio, I would appreciate you if you invite others to monitor the show, by whatever means you are monitoring the show. And thanks once again to our regular follower.
Yeah, Myean, why you say people complaining of the YouTube? What happened to the YouTube channel?
I always send the YouTube channel link in the channel. I mean, send it in the TCA Press channel.
Okay, but
yes, but the YouTube is on. Let me try to send it in the TCA
so
Press
what you need to do is when the show comes on, you need to share it on YouTube. So when folks go there, it's there already.
No, it's already on YouTube. It's on YouTube currently. Just like the link to come. Yeah, because others don't know the new YouTube link.
Okay,
in the new YouTube page. Yeah, so we just have to keep sharing
make sure we keep.
I said the new YouTube link, the new YouTube page. People don't know about it.
Oh, okay, no, I didn't know about.
Pewee, mute. There you go. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So we will have to got the slight differences between the old YouTube and the new YouTube. The old YouTube, we have space between the closing argument, and the new YouTube we don't have space between the and closing argument. So that's the little slight differences that between the both channels. So the old YouTube channel we have 1.33K on it, and the new YouTube channel we have new viewers on it because it's just the new page that we created. So
okay.
we highly appreciate people. For the new YouTube channel, we have 9 subscribers on it, but I'm about to share the link in the comment section there. So for those of whom that have been asking for it, you can just click on the channel, then you can get to the YouTube channel.
Okay, is it searchable on YouTube? If we go out and
yes, it's on YouTube the same way. The same the closing argument. That's the same name, but the difference that there is that the THE and closing argument. I mean closing together. But the
Okay.
first one is that
So
we give space between the
okay, can you drop the link here on our on our page?
Yes,
Yeah.
But eventually, what we'll do, we have to allow someone check it because it been consistent for the past almost 2 weeks now. People just been complaining, and we got a lot of followers on YouTube.
Yeah. Telvi is saying we need to completely drop the old one and just leave the new one there, and then that's
so Telvi, you are saying we are on YouTube. So let me see where I can drop the link in the comment section.
No, the one you
Myean, the link.
Delete the old one.
Myean, before we got this new page, Facebook page, right?
Yeah.
The link, the YouTube link we used before. We said, is it the same?
No.
How they call it?
No.
So it's a new YouTube link we introduced, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's the new YouTube link that we are using currently. So the old one, we are not using it.
Okay, so put a new one in our chat room here so folks can see it from here.
Yeah, I'm sending it in the chat room currently. I'm sending it right now.
No, not the chat room, but on the show here.
Yeah, on the show, I'm dropping it there. So people is asking for it. So here we go. It's already there. It's already there. So let me drop it a quick bit. Okay. Yeah, so I have it here. So Mr. Pewee, you can also share. I'll drop it in the TCA press chat. You can also share with people who are asking for it also. So you can check there and then
let me share if it's in our chat room.
Yeah, so it's on the comment section also. So Mr. Gayman.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, let me share with you also, Mr. Gayman. Okay, so yes. So this is the difference that between the old YouTube and the new YouTube link. The old YouTube link, the old YouTube account, there's a space between THE and closing, and the new one don't have space in between the THE and the closing. Yes, so that's a YouTube link there. So are you getting me?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's it there. So if you, for those of you who've been asking, so that's the link there. Whenever the show is on, just click on that name, and then you just search on YouTube. You'll find that account there.
So the gentleman's full name is Sando O. Johnson, right?
Well, our guest.
Yes.
Daniel O. Sando.
Daniel O. Sando, excuse me.
Yeah, that's our guest for tonight.
And Daniel O. Sando.
So we are experiencing heavy downpour of rain from our end here. Yes. But we hope that there's no thunder, because that's what can be the cause we go off air. So yeah, so guys, keep sharing the show as we await others to come on and our guests. Keep sharing.
Okay.
So someone is asking. So the old streaming platform that we were using, we have some technical issue with it. That's why we changed the YouTube channel. So we are officially using this new one.
Great. We are using the new channel. Yeah, new channel. While we are setting up, we want to make sure that those who are inquiring about the YouTube will be able to connect. We have been having this problem for about a week or so. So we want to make sure that you are connected. Most people who have issue with internet, they usually join the YouTube easily. So we are glad that finally we are getting it out. It's on it's on our page here. It's on our site. So,
Mr. Gayman,
yes.
I saw you I saw you with dossier of papers away. Now you're questioning that.
Hey, you see, I went to a debate the last time. The person said the reason I don't let to debate you because every time you come with a bunch of papers. So you know, when I'm going to quote you, I want to quote you verbatim, right? So you can say you took it out of context.
Now
so
one of my men went I mean debate the man I got man prepare. I would do any debate. The man went preparing, writing a lot of things. Man went to the debate.
You forgot.
He want to debate. He introductory asked for the debate. He want to go and read it. The man lost focus. When he goes to the I told you say you don't go to debate.
Yeah, because when the guys come, like I say, usually I like to print them out so at least we can read them, and I like to quote the time and place so you can go and read. If it's not right, you just tell us the person wrote it wrong and we'll make the correction. But ladies and gentlemen, please do our favor. We have the boss man himself here, Chief, the Bassa Chief, Tomalin George.
Hey, yeah, it's a given. It's good to be back, man.
From the great state of Marsha and Gibby, my Gibby.
Yeah,
welcome to the show.
Good to be back, man. It's a good day. I just got informed it's raining heavy in Liberia. Hope that
yes.
Hope that the rain don't disturb our show, but we have to go on, you know. But it will be let's make it a good day. A lot of people watching the show. We'll be watching the show tonight. You know, the deputy minister have been in the news in recent times, so that's why I'm sure drawing a lot of people to come and watch the show tonight. And the show have been shared in a lot of chat rooms and so forth, and other media's covering the show, simulcasting it. So we just make it clear. We're giving some ground rules that make sure that our first thing we always say we protect the guest is protected. Show respect, and the guests will also show respect to the panelists too, and make sure that if you ask the guest a question, and depending how you ask the question, the guest want to answer the question. Like you noticed yesterday, I think I watched the hearing at the Judiciary in the Senate Judiciary Committee with the Attorney General Peabody. Yeah, I think that woman dodged over 60 questions and asked that one. She dodged all the questions. And the answer, and then she and the senator got into, especially the Democratic senator, got into back and forth. It became personal. When the answer question, she said, "Look at you say your wife getting." You tell the man, say, "How about you can talk about the money your wife getting, the black money your wife getting? You can talk about the money you get into." I mean, she was taking it personal, and that's how it is. But so you want to see that kind of a thing, you know. You want to engage the government, the government deputy spokesperson. Yeah, I'm sure you got a lot of information. You want to engage on the issues that trending, issues you have issues where the government have said, and if they are not doing it, you want to engage them on that, you know, and holding accountable. But that's why you want to do it. But show respect, and let's be respectful. People watching it, and through that we can continue to make the show. And let me announce too, the Senate will officially resume. The legislature resume session on Tuesday, but on Monday we have as our special guest Senator Darius Dillon will be our guest on Monday. He'll be here with us as guest, and he's also the chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, and so he'll be our guest on Monday, Senator Darius Dillon. So we continue to the platform. Our platform is a small platform, but we'll bring all the big newsmakers. We'll bring them on the board. They'll come here. Because here we consider ourselves as a platform independent. They have people with political affiliations. We don't mind. Yeah, but the platform itself, we try to make sure that we let people know that we are not for no party. We are not pro-government. We're not anti-government. We're not pro-opposition. We're not anti-opposition. Some of our panelists they got a party, and that's the right. And whatever they say on the platform is the right, and they're responsible for it. But for us, we clear. Anybody can come here and make the case. So that's why the closing argument. The argument open since President Garguah inaugurated. The argument open for 2029. So, and other people will be appearing soon. So I know today that issue about that rape case. I had a lengthy discussion. Hopefully, tomorrow will be coming from the police will come and brief us. And that's why from what I learned today, I'm in my position that the police should not arrest anybody based on sentiments. They should do thorough investigation and use every available resources at the disposal before and not fall for public sentiments. Because I was told 3 women group led by Lehman Bowie went to the police station already for that same case, and they are being briefed on the case. Some of them are still doubtful, but some of them didn't understand where the police coming from too. I understand, so we gotta be mindful, and people don't understand. People's lives have been destroyed because of such a thing. Somebody can just come and just throw a lie on you, then they say, "Man, handcuff you and put you in jail." Then what? Then what next? Go to the case. Then the case is, and you have no much evidence, no much thing to prosecute the person. And so, I stand by my position that the police should gather enough evidence, and if they found out that the suspect is the one who touched the girl, he should be arrested and prosecuted. But for now, the public sentiment is just there, and so you shouldn't rely on that and just arrest someone. So for now, but let's have a good show. Let us make sure that that's true. Eston legend, we said media always should maintain neutrality. It's true. I agree with you. No, pro CDC.
Listen, we are not going to relitigate what's happening here. We'll come back to that, but let me welcome the doctor himself, the doctor of the Bassa people. The man said, when you come from under that water, you know why under there. Welcome, Doc.
Good to see you, Mr. Gilman.
You see, you were throwing jab at your Bassa people. You come from under that water, your Niji people. The man said, when you come from under that water, anything that people tell you there, you better believe it. Welcome, doctor. Welcome. Nice to see you. Let me welcome Seleke. Welcome, the young man.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Good to be here, and greetings to everybody.
I thought Seleke had class this evening. The
man teacher didn't know he here. Now you can't
go to med school.
And you see it now. You say you go to that school. I just can't.
I go to med school.
Who's telling worry about now? You say.
So I said, if I'm busy, I will not come on. I'm not busy.
Theola Gibson law to attack people here. Theola, you say I less screaming. Now you say this man, he's a CDC man and all that. Why you keep attacking people on this show? Theola, why don't you come on one day and be our guest? But let me do some housekeeping here. Yesterday, there was a question in the comment section. Somebody wanted to know, how do I get weather prediction from FOIA and Bassa? Where does TCA get its information from? Since we are a platform of substance, we do our homework. There are 2 major institutions that we deal with here from my end. The National Weather Services of the United States. It is headquartered in Silver Spring, Maryland, and Miami, Florida. When you enter the plane, the pilot will tell you the weather in Monrovia is XYZ cloudy. They get the information from the National Weather Service from the United States itself. I usually go to their website before I come on the show and type in all the cities that I desire to know about in Liberia, and they will give me the information, and you can do the same thing. That's how we come up with these weather prediction in the different villages. So we don't just pick these numbers from the cloud. We do our homework when we come on here. So my friend, if you are doubting TCA for what we do, I just told you where we get our information from. Yep. The National Weather Service. It is in Silver Spring, Maryland, and Miami, Florida, where we get all of our information from. So you can do the same thing.
Mr. Gayman, for the person that asked the question also, for more information for him, the best way to go about it if he can get logged to the National Weather website, he can just go to Google. Remember Google, the map of Liberia, Google, no major city you'll get it. Just go to Google, say what's the weather in FOIA Liberia.
That's correct.
Now there's Google saying the weather in FOIA Liberia is 73 degrees now in FOIA Liberia. So he can also go to Google, he's gonna get it. The major cities in the country, they're on the map of Liberia, so you get the weather report on Google also. So that can also happen. So Yeah, that can also.
Thank you very much, for those of you who think that we here on this show, we just pick these numbers from the cloud or from our head. That's not how we do here. This is what sets the closing argument apart from everybody else, because we do our homework before we come on here. Also, let me say shout out to Ayo. This is one name that I admire on this show. Ayo, the name Ayo means joy, and it comes from the Yoruba culture of Nigeria. In the Yoruba language, Ayo signifies happiness, and it can also refer to contentment, blessings. So when you talk about Ayo, Ayo is a great name from a great culture, great folks. So Ayo, wherever you are, kudos. We love that name. Ayo. I love Ayo. I never met her. Hopefully I will meet you one day. So here we are. Today we have a great guest. We have a couple of headlines before he comes. I was able to print a lot of articles on his boss, Ministry of Information. We got these articles ready to go. Like I said, I will do the history real quick. In the old days, we had Jake Milton. There's a lot of articles and there's a lot of quotations that were attributed to Jake, and we know all of them are not true. But Jake never had a chance to debunk those. In the Doe era, we have John Bear. We said a lot of stuff. We don't know whether John Bear said all of those things, but John Bear never had the opportunity to come on social media to debunk them. So there's a lot now being attributed to our brother Sano. Hopefully, he will come on and say, yes, I said this. I didn't say that. This is true. That is not true. This is what I meant, but this is how it came out. So we will make this a family discussion where he can come and clear some of these things that he said, whether we misconstrue them, and we will not shy away from holding his feet to the fire. But he has an opportunity, and hopefully he will return and keep briefing us. But news in Liberia, real quick, did not commit this crime or this act. Brian McGill finally breaks silence after rape allegations. This is Mr. McGill. Liberia case for visa fairness. That's the editorial from the investigator. And friendship were rekindling while the United States is denying and treating us. We went from a partnership, 5-year visa, no visa. All of a sudden, we are getting 10 days visa. Is it fair? Justice Wolokoli denied former Speaker Kofa co-defendant motion to suppress evidence. This is major, major stuff. The government of Liberia sets a planning committee for Liberia Diaspora Annual Return 2025. And they name Dr. Kula to spearhead that particular endeavor. This, I thought, was very good for the Republic of Liberia. Liberia Institute of Architects set up board to license, regulate architects for the first time in the Republic of Liberia. I think Pewee going to like this. You guys going to like this, because now we are going to have people who can now draw architectural work that can be licensed, that can be sued for their work. So instead of going to somebody to just build your house without a plan, the Republic of Liberia is now professionalizing this and coming up with a regulatory body. Stand. We, the People Movement, announced nationwide protest over government silence on July 17 in December. Isaac Jackson calls for the Chief Justice Mason's resignation over nepotism allegations. And one article that had gone viral in Liberia, if you didn't see it, Liberia will decide my future. It says, graduate Jim Bolin criticized the government for neglect and harsh economic system for the future of Liberia. He says Liberia will decide my future. As it stands, he has no future. We're going to go into that. momentum or monument for we are sparks rift between top civil servant leaders. A proposal to build a national monument for President George Weah has set two of Liberia's leading civil society voices at odds over his football glory and his controversial political legacy. We will discuss deplorable road crippled trade, endanger lives in Garguah Clan, Bun County. Impassable roads in Garguah Clan, Bun County, District Number 5, are crippling local trade and deepening hardship for hundreds of residents who rely heavily on small-scale farming for their survival. Those are the trending news in Liberia. And when our guests leave and we have time, we will go over some of them. But let me welcome the doctor. Today seems to be a special day for us. Hopefully this young man can set himself apart from the two mythical names, Jake Milton and John P. Bear. Does this young man become the third mystical figure in the Republic of Liberia, where everywhere go now they will say, I'm quoting Sano, I'm quoting John P. Bear, I'm quoting Jake Milton. So hopefully he will come on time and set himself apart from these folks. But as it stands, he's at the verge of falling into that category where people now will begin to make out stuff and say, oh man, Sano is the guy who said this. Well, your take on this, Dr. Peabody, you know about some of those jokes from way back.
You know, Sano has set himself apart. He have really done it. He have touched on some big step on some big toes and hit some people really hard. He's known for not taking any, saying it as it is. You know, Sano he will say it, you like it or you don't like it, he will say it. Just most recently, he stepped on a very big toe, and it had people flying from all over, you know, and complaining, when he used some word that I won't use, but he stepped on some toes. Even when President Weah was in power, he did use some very strong words. He's known for saying some hot words to big people. So that has set him apart now. Everywhere in the country, everybody's talking about Daniel Sano. Some people saying, man, that Peking, they gotta be careful, this Peking, this, and stuff like that. So I think he set himself apart for the way he go about, the way he deal with people, the way he address people, and all of that. I think he has set himself apart, and now we see that everybody's talking about Daniel Sano. So I'm looking forward to really hearing him again talking on some issue.
Great. Seleke, we are talking about a gentleman who is now falling into the category of being a mystical human being in the Republic that people will always quote, rightfully so, sometimes wrong. They will just make up something. They say, this is something that Sano said, Daniel Sano said. It may not be what he said, but because he's so famous for saying these things, they would attribute things to him, and I'm glad he's coming on. Where do you think he fits here? You think all these things people are saying he actually said them, or people are attributing him to him?
It's a game, man. Nobody is making up story. Every statement that Daniel Sano, used the makeup, the press briefing at the Ministry of Information. He's been very, very, disrespectful to even people who are working with the legislators, and people are not making it up their videos. He attacked Senator Snow, lawmakers who share different, views with the government of Liberia. And he should not be doing that. The Ministry of Information is not the spokesperson for the president. They are the spokesperson for the government of Liberia, comprises of the 3 branches of government. The press secretary is a spokesperson for the presidency or the executive marshal. So they should be speaking for the legislature, the executive, and that of the judiciary. But Daniel Sano and Jerome Gayman, they've been attacking lawmakers. The impasse at the House of Representatives. They were there taking side, attacking members of the minority bloc. And so people are making this thing out. There are videos you can, maybe if you not have access to some of those videos, I can send them to you, and a lot of Liberians, they have those videos on record. It disrespected the former president before, President Weah. Regardless of our differences, we should not. And the sad thing about this is that the president of the country, I'm very, very sure the president see all of those things. They take no action. Maybe to them, and Stanton yesterday said that when you watch the video from Daniel Sano attacking Mr. Cummings, he called Daniel Sano and said, "My man, why you guys doing this?" And he said, "My man, anybody attack our government, we'll go after them." So it's intentional. That's why into sense. I don't know if Stanton was actually making it up or that's something he did, but Stanton said it publicly yesterday on his show. So it's people not making up those things.
Yes, it's already. Yes, it's seated. So we without much ado, we will now bring in the Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, Daniel Osando. So, Gayman, it's all to you.
Honorable Sano, welcome to the closing argument. I know you're not a stranger. Is this your first time since you became the spokesperson of Seleke Kingdom Power?
Good evening, gentlemen, and it's a pleasure being here this evening. This is not my first time on the closing argument. I've been here a couple of times.
No, I know that. Since your ascension to power, this is your first time.
I've been here. I was here, I think 3-4 months ago, I was here.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Then usually I give you my the plain water. It says clear heart, clean hand. We're here to be, but since it's not your first time, but you can still have the.
Thank you. I also have a bottle of water here as well.
Okay, excellent. Well, you are part of the family. We're going to have a family discussion here where we discuss and encourage family talk. We celebrate success. We cry when we have tragedy in our family. The background to today's event is, I think you were in the background and you heard some of the stuff that we talked about. The Tomalin era saw Jake Milton. There were a lot said about Jake Milton that may not have been attributed to him. The Doe era saw John P. Bear. There's a lot that put them into the mystical faction that people say things that they may not have said, some they may have said. You have an opportunity to have a platform where you can separate fact from fiction and make some clarity, clarify some stuff. I know all of these things that people are saying, you didn't say it all, you said some. We want to know some of those you said, some you didn't say, and under what condition did you say those, so we can clear, and hopefully you'll be returning to make clarity on government policies and stuff. But with me is the chief himself. Chief George is here. Dr. Peabody is here. Honorable Sylvester Pewee is here. Seleke Kromah is here. And we are here to have a frank and respectful discussion with you. So for those of us who have never met you in person, don't know you, who is Sano John, who is Daniel Sano?
Well, I'm a Liberian citizen. My father hailed from Bomi County. My mother hailed from Grand Bassa. I was raised by my mother, a single parent, following the death of my father. My father used to be a captain in the armed forces of Liberia. He died in the service of the country. And I was raised by my mother, who is a Bassa woman. So I speak Bassa fluently. And I'm the son of the Bassa people as well. But above all, I went to high school in Monrovia, the Addo Mills International School System. Graduated from there, went to the African Methodist Episcopal Zion University, got earned an undergraduate degree in criminal justice with emphasis in crimes and corrections. Currently, I'm a candidate for masters. I think I have a course left to complete my master studies. I'm also completing the thesis this semester for a graduate degree in international studies from the University of Liberia IBB Graduate School.
Okay.
I'm a member of the Liberty Party. Prior to my ascendancy at this position, I used to be the spokesperson of the Liberty Party. As a matter of fact, I was recruited. Are you getting me?
Yes, you got frozen a little bit, but yeah, go ahead. We're getting you now.
Yeah, man. I think the media.
Gentlemen, are you getting me?
Yeah, we can get you now. Go ahead.
Come here a little bit. Yeah. Go on. Come again. Just go on.
Where did I stop?
You stopped.
Where did I stop?
From your graduate one course for your graduation.
No. You stopped where you said you were recruited.
Oh, you were recruited. Yeah, you were recruited.
Yes. We got Starlink in Liberia now, Mr.
Come on, man! Don't throw a jab here.
We got Starlink, Mr. Minister.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Mr. Gayman, I would suggest a suggestion for the sake of the show that we move first and foremost to policy issue of the government, and then we can come later on to what he said, what he didn't say. That we're attacking all of things.
Oh yeah,
focus on from the beginning of the show. Let he focus on his responsibility. That will go into some policy issue of government, the commitment government made. How far is government? Are they true to the word in terms of what they are currently doing? What's the president's agenda? Why is it that where are we on the arrest agenda? Basically, so we can start to engage from that perspective.
Yes, when we are going around, you can start wherever you want to start. But let's see. Let's hope
I know you. You start setting the example or two.
let the man come in, introduce himself. I didn't know. I never met him. I don't know who he is. So his introduction is very key.
Yeah, I think he almost done with the introduction. They don't think coming out Liberty Party, and then Yombly office, then the current job. That's it.
We are praying that the weather permits him to stay on to have a great discussion. But Honorable George and Dr. Pewee, I didn't know he says a lot here. I didn't know that his father passed defending the country. I didn't know he was from Grand Bassa. I didn't know he was raised by a single mother. So there's a lot he said.
It may change your perspective small.
Eh? You what?
It may change your perspective small.
Well, you see, this is what I'm saying. We got to hear it from the horse's mother, Dr. Peabody.
That catfish coming on.
Yeah, that catfish is there. Dr. Peabody, this is the real human side of Honorable Sino that most people may not have known. They just think he's just an attack dog. But he's a human being, has a human side to him.
Absolutely.
Well, that I don't know why, people are doing it. An attack, especially when you are the spokesman for the government and you're going after opposition. I don't know why people think it's a prize when the spokesman for the government go out there. But the thing is, he says something that his father passed. So he said the father was defending the government. He's from Bassa. His mother raised him. That's a very good story. He was reared by a single mom, and when I show his mother, if she's around, she got to be proud of him because she see him excelling to be the one to defend the government spokesman, one of the major spokesmen for the government of Liberia. So I think he's come a long way, and so
absolutely. And secondly,
Honorable George, we are talking about real human being here, real issues. locally bred talent. He didn't go to the United States. He didn't go to Great Britain. It's a guy who went to the local school, went to the local university, went through the local process, made it to where he's at. So, you know, he had every reason to be on the defense. He's a single, I mean, this man was brought up by a single mother. This is a guy, most likely he may have been the father in the home. He had to defend everything. So you can see why he is a little touchy when people attack him or say something negative.
Well, you know, like I said, that particular job is a tough job, to be the deputy for public affairs. You know, our friend Isaac Jackson had that job before. You know, and so that's something that when you're in that position, you there are certain things you want to say, but you got to come and defend and say it. And we're the government mouthpiece most of the times, you know. But again, I think the guy
I thought he was in the back. I thought he was in the back.
Okay.
Was he coming on? I saw somebody that he came on, but then I don't see.
Yeah, he's coming on. He's coming
back.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's a job where you got to take. Gotta be the fall guy. You gotta take all the you know, in the country you got the opposition, the ruling party, the back and forth. So but Seleke, you're wrong though. The ministry not there to talk for the House and the Senate. Yeah, they're not a job. They're not there. There's 3 separate branches of government. But anyway, the guess is yes. So let's.
You're looking better. Your background, the lighting is all crystal clear, so that's good.
Myean, people that guess back.
Mr. Minister, I was saying the media, the communication, media intelligence communication not working effectively. Your internet is buffering. Like, I want to use those. But yeah, there's some problem. But Mr. Gayman, I think he's gonna fix it. But you see, this position, his current boss of the Minister of Information, Jerome Gayman held this job before, and it was from this job and all of things. He himself was very tough. He was very tough, and you have to be very combative in this job because the opposition will attack you, will attack the government, will attack the president. So hey, you're not going to romanticize anything. This is not a romantic job. No, it's a job that you have to be very combative yourself, very forceful, and very eloquent, right? So I think. I don't expect a deputy minister of public affairs to be that romantic. You're not going to romanticize anything. I can recall the then current minister referred to Simon Freeman as a no star cell, as a Grover Strachka dealer. He referred to the DSTV as well, a Grover Video Club. He said, man, so listen, you have to be fair. You have to be very innovative to know how you can strike the balance so that so that's it. And the former deputy minister, Borja, Isaac Jackson, referred to most of the people man have said before he was then as a repatriated bureaucrat. Before then he was very forceful, came high on him, a former boss and all of things. So you have to be, if I'm going to play the role. In recent time, there's not one deputy minister of public affairs that didn't really inspire me, to be very honest. I love to be very friendly. Recently, it was Jarawa Tompo. Yeah, I thought that was a wrong to put Jarawa Tompo as deputy minister of public affairs. You need someone that is forceful, someone that's articulate, and someone that do understand the day-to-day effect of the happening of the country. So it is a clear situation that you're going to spark debate. There's about triggering debate in the country, and people will move with the debate. The opposition will come to counter, they will counter, and that's the kind of a way it should happen.
Great.
So, I mean,
let me work on Johnny. Hey, Johnny, you got internet problem too?
It's raining like bro heaven, man.
Yeah. Myean said it's really raining. Johnny, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman, and thank you to the rest of the team for always being there to uplift the image of the closing argument. And for the matter of fact, I was just speaking to Dr. Moniba not too long. I told him that I'm coming on the show. He said I should extend greetings to Tomalin and the rest of the team on the closing argument.
Who is Dr. Moniba?
Dr. Clarence K. Moniba. Dr. Clarence K. Moniba, not Moniba.
Oh, Moniba. He said,
yeah, hopefully he can come on.
What's the name? The main Rwanda teacher, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
I've been heard from him for a long time, but the party thing, like election time, come on and say they want to be president. That's what I'm saying.
No, Well, I mean, the Modema is not one of those who believe in the era, in the issue of just talking. Liberians have heard speaking people, but we're talking about working in the background. Let people begin to feel you and understand what you're doing. So when the appropriate time comes to speak about the issues, they will speak to the issues with evidence, with facts, with issue of responding to the conditions of the people in the country.
Okay, I got it.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see why most of the politicians can be massive, but because they want to come close to election.
I'm coming to you, Seleke. I'm coming to you, Seleke. Johnny.
Yeah.
Honorable Pewee just mentioned my own brother Isaac Jackson when he was in that position. Isaac Jackson was, I mean, I'm talking about when he was there. He was bashing the CDC. He was bashing George Weah. He was bashing everybody, and you know him when he go on the tirade, he doesn't stop. So why are we so hard on Sano? And it looks like we are giving a pass to Jackson, and Jackson himself is on the attack.
So look, let me say something to you. To the team and those listening.
Okay, real quick, Johnny, hold it there. We gotta get here just in case we lose him. Go ahead, Honorable Sando.
Gentlemen, I want to apologize. It's really heavy here in Monrovia, and the internet is terrible.
Yeah, yes. I thought the media intelligence something was going to push the internet to be powerful. So
are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
You still having some problem. That's a problem. The fact that he didn't get me first is a problem. So
you are doing well, Mr. Sano. You held your bargain. You kept your promise.
Yeah, how can the weather mess up such a good
show?
No, we'll get it.
We have a reschedule.
We'll get it fixed. I think it will be okay. So I don't know if you're using a router or using Starlink. So what I would advise is that
Johnny, what are you using?
I'm using my Lone Star MTN internet facility.
Okay. So if you're using the router from both network, I don't know if they will be helpful. But if that data just pull on, so then you're using a tablet of the phone, it will start having this.
No, but I don't think rain should be an issue for internet, except the device is of poor quality.
No, man. No, rain can be an issue. Rain can be a serious
Mr. Johnny is very right. In no country you can say because rain falling internet not stable.
No, it doesn't.
When really crowded, even here, so then when really terrible the internet.
No, I disagree.
No. Go ahead, Kromah.
Rain falling internet not stable.
Yeah, it can be. Why you come and they make out gadgets.
Listen. You got two people in the same town, and one is clear and stable. It has to be the device.
No, it depends on the location again.
Yeah, but that's fine. But if the device, like you said,
the device
Johnny, where are you?
No, Pewee, I'm sitting down right now in Pinsville. I'm in Dopoh Road, right? Here's a point here. The companies deploy equipments of different quality. If they find that a committee does not purchase too much of data or things that area has, because the equipment has to do with capacity of the bandwidth. No ring business didn't matter. The bandwidth, if the bandwidth get overcrowded, overwhelmed, then you have. Okay. All right. Let me agree with you for the sake of moving forward.
No, yeah.
But if the equipment has less capacity to take care of the bandwidth, you have issue with connectivity. There are some part. What I read on that, there's some part of Monrovia. You go there, you have poor internet service, and that indicates that area, the device that is deployed there by the company, does not have the capacity to withstand the weight of the usage of the bandwidth. That's what it is. But I don't see reason because
I agree. You're right. Move on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pewee. Let me go to you here because you were in Liberia when my homeboy, Mr. Jackson, was in that position.
No, but I didn't end my statement when the guests were coming on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I want to say is that, this is the function that is very important in the government. And let me say something. If we were to bring Jackson back today, whatever he did then, he won't do it again.
That's
I know where the
correct.
guest is here. Let's go to the guest.
Honorable Senator, can you hear us?
No, he's frozen again. Hold on. Now they need you there from the cafe under the water.
No, nah. Hey, I didn't call your NSA guys. Don't want him to talk.
Yeah.
NSA folks say we want him to talk. But ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. We're doing as best as we can.
I hold on, Raul.
Yeah, right.
In the bag. Robert is in the bag.
When Honorable Sano get the signal,
Okay. So, Gayman, what I was saying is this position is very important, for our government and for the Ministry of Information. But I don't think in my mind this is a position for propaganda. Because this position you occupy, you are not being paid by your party, you are being paid by the taxpayers' money. So the way you use the taxpayers' function, the way you perform there, the things you do there must represent dignity and honorability. So it cannot be the issue of bashing our opposition. No. In my view, the function of the information ministry is not to bash our opposition, because opposition people are paying their tax. So how can he be using my tax money against me to be insulting me or tell me things that are derogatory? No. So that's why I said to you, if my young brother Jackson is to come back at the Ministry of Information and do the same job, he will never do what he did then, because I believe he'll have a better understanding of that area now than what it was at the time. And clearly, let's go back to the days of Imaya Buya. Let's go back to the days of the 70s or even the 80s. I don't know if that how it was, where ministers at that ministry were making those kind of statements against people who disagree with the government, not necessarily opposition, but even student movement at the university or other places. I know that why it was. So I believe that the role you have enough to your advantage. You are an educated man. You are versatile. You are intelligent. There are ways that you will say things that will not mean will not go to the public being negative, but you say accomplish your aim of saying what you want to say. But to look at a leader for a political organization or you look at a Liberian citizen who disagrees with the government and come out again in an outrageous manner, I think it's not good for us. It should not be the way our government, ministries, and agencies should function. Once you come in government, you are away for politics anymore. You are away for propaganda work. You are now working for Liberian people, like the president and all of those that are being in government. They are working for Liberian people, so they should do Liberian people work instead of trying to accuse or condemn us or challenge us into things that look like we are not important Liberian people. No. So that's my point.
Johnny, let me push back on that real quick. The president himself came out and he says during the early days, his lieutenant, they did a meme and they did a poster with him like a Rambo. And he went to the podium and said, if you are a witch, I'm going to witch hunt you. That's what the president said.
That was also wrong. That was a wrong statement. That was wrong for our leader. That was wrong. Look, the president says a sacred position you occupy. And you're not there on your own. That people brought you to that work to do that work. So whatever you say and do, be very careful. You gotta be guarded. Look, just to digress a little bit. I went to the Carter Center and met President Carter presidential book. And when I realized that all American presidents are actually guarded, they don't just do things on their own. They are guided by what the system asks for them to do. So I think that job is sacred. It should be taken care of in a way that the people are served and respected in a very dignified manner.
Great. So welcome, Honorable Sano. Welcome back. Are you okay?
Nothing like Jerome.
George, Chief George, can he go to our studio by any chance?
No.
Okay. But George, can you reschedule him, because he's actually getting a very, very hard time?
Yeah, we'll find him and reschedule. But quickly, there's nothing like Jerome, Mr. Gayman. There's nothing like people have to be romantic in politics. Oh, that the tax people pay you money, no, that's not it. But politics are way back, maybe having it somewhere in those kind of a day of war. Even in the 70s, Buya, they attacked the opposition. They referred to backup mafia and the rest of it as men, backers, and other things. The president then, no day everywhere in politics. In the world, the beacon of democracy here. Trump uses the warehouse puppet watch of the person, they will attack, they go below the belt, right? So it is obvious in front. I'm not in the church room there. The taxpayer money paying what anybody bringing that position, if they attack the president, if the agents of the opposition attack the president or other executive, the party will respond to attack them. Nothing going to change. It's not going to be the next 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. It will remain this way after. Nothing. It's not going to be romantic. It's not a religious classroom. No. It's a political era that everybody fighting for political power. Nothing going to change.
Let me welcome Honorable Nagbe.
But that shows how poor quality you're talking about. That's poor quality there. Poor quality.
But yeah, okay, in this world, all what are poor quality.
Hey, guys, one at a time.
Happens.
Guys, one at a time. Mr. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jerome. I appreciate that. I was reliably informed that perhaps there was a request to not have me on today. This is the first time that I've been in the back for. I was in the back for 15 minutes, and my own brother Dot and Tomalin. I sent a message, and it seemed like.
You try that statement, man. That's.
Come on, Pewee, let it man talk, man.
Pewee,
you know.
We shouldn't. No, we shouldn't.
Pewee, you gotta stop.
Pewee, before the show, we agreed to not bring it on. You know me and you agree. You know we agree not to bring it on.
You want to make it funny, but no, you got to.
Pewee, you
gotta
stop, my brother. Pewee.
Or Seleke said he was in the back for 25 minutes.
In the back for this time. Why you in the back?
Pewee, just let the man speak.
Pewee, you gotta stop. Pewee, you have to stop, my brother.
No,
1 second.
Nobody want to stop
Pewee, you have to stop the interruption. I have the right to speak what I want to speak. You can.
But no, but you're saying things that are outside the line.
Pewee, do not. It's not your. You don't determine
after he's done.
You do not determine. Pewee. You do not determine what is out the line for me to speak. You do not police. Pewee, stop. You have to stop this. You have to stop. You are not the police of what I speak. I'm a grown man, and on this show I say what Robert wants to say.
But no, if Robert wants to say what he's going to say, if it's wrong before he check.
Pewee,
Pewee, let him finish. Then you can put him in check. Go ahead.
Pewee. You come up very indisciplined sometimes. You're too grown to not be able to manage yourself, bro.
Oh, excuse me.
Other people are speaking. I'm being very serious. Because when you were speaking,
all right, guys, we're not going to start this show like this.
Dad, exactly. When you were speaking, people are quite listening to you.
He asked what he can do on the phone for a few minutes, couple of minutes. What you say? Because the network is very bad there.
That's your reschedule.
But I think that's your reschedule, Tomalin, because it'd be better if you come on.
And next time, let you go to our studio.
When you are speaking, even if I disagree with you, I allow you to speak. That's professional. We're not in a crossfire. Even if you want me to retry a statement, you don't agree. I'm still speaking. You're still interrupting me.
If you are insolent, that insolent attitude, take it from where you took it from. Yeah, that insolent attitude, took it from where you learned it from. So tell me I'm indisciplined. That insolent attitude, take it from who put it in you.
Okay.
Don't say that to me.
He will come on tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Don't say that.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, listen.
Pewee,
let the man finish, please.
Yeah, you speak, but you tell me something discipline. How you say your friends trying to pull you off the show? How you say that?
Pewee, I can say what the hell I want to say.
Yeah. So
okay, so hold tight. Pewee, hold tight.
No. I will not hold tight from your insolent attitude.
But
let me let him talk.
Pewee, can you please? I mean, yesterday, listen.
It's okay about
yesterday,
let me let him talk. Then I will talk.
Honorable George laid out the rules, and that rule didn't apply to only our guests, but to ourselves. And we discussed it. When someone is talking, let them complete, then you can rebut.
Mr. Gayman, we are on the show. When he came on, everybody knew who are even joking that he's coming on. How will you come and say we agree that we take the point?
But let him finish.
You that to attack the personality of other on the show.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
A lot of people watching the show tonight. Y'all please.
Let him finish.
Tomalin, we have to stop this. It's very strange that Dr. Peabody is on, Tomalin is on. Who's the two individuals' names that I mentioned? Mr. Jerome is on, Mr. Nagbe is on, Mr. John is on, Seleke is on. The fact that Pewee feels the need to always interject, even when others are still landing, it's indiscipline. It's unprofessionalism. It's
Guys,
rude.
let me say,
It has got to stop. You don't
because
always have to agree with what someone says.
because
The
the next show,
discipline, a professional manner to engage, allow them to finish speaking, and then you engage. You can say what you want to say. You continuously interject when others are speaking. Other people are watching. This is not how you engage professionally. So it is indiscipline when you do not allow others to speak. You can disagree with me all day, but people don't listen to our arguments if we're continuously and constantly interrupting each other. No one understands what we're saying. I have begged your indulgence on numerous occasions. Allow other people to speak. You've done this to many people on the show. You can speak. When you're speaking, everyone keep quiet to listen to you. This is the proper way of doing things. So allow me to speak, and then when I'm done, come in and disagree with me all day. But don't police me. Don't tell me what to say, and don't interrupt me. I won't do that to you. Can we agree to that?
Okay.
We agree. Honorable George,
right?
George,
I'm coming.
tell me is in the back, I think.
Yeah, guys. How to call it? Because I mean, the minister will appear tomorrow because the network is very bad. I know the ring and everything. But I say that too, because of his appearance, a lot of people tune to watch this show. So let us be very extra restrained how we conduct ourselves tonight, please. And secondly, I announced that Senator Dillon will be our guest on Monday. He'll be our guest on Monday. As the legislature reopens for business, he'll be our guest on Monday. So, so please, guys, let's have a show.
Well, gentlemen, I don't think anybody stopped anybody from coming on. The problem here is when we're on the show, we don't read the information. Sometimes we check our phone later to see who's coming on or who's in the back. It was City Kid one had to say that Robert's in the back. Nobody stopped anybody. I think Robert, a session that people didn't want to bring it on, refused to bring it on. I think that was totally wrong. And I think we shouldn't be doing that. Definitely.
And I appreciate Dr. Peabody's response. You see, Dr. Peabody did not interrupt me. He just spoke what he spoke. Even if I don't agree with it, I respect it. This is the way we should engage. These are the standards that must be set. This constant policing and interruption is not good. It does not do the show any good. Disagree with me all day, but allow me to speak my piece. No one controls what I say. I say what I say. If you want to agree with me and you think it's wrong, I respect that. And I respect how Dr. Peabody just engaged, expressed that to me. But like I was saying, I was reliably informed. That there was a request that I shouldn't be on. And the reason why I took that was because the person who told me is inside house. And I'm like, I said, no, I'm not going, I'm coming on my show. And I've been in the back for 15, 20 minutes. But beyond that, I was just joking when I said that. I know that Dr. Peabody or Tomalin would not intentionally keep me in the back. I was just injecting some fun, but I was reliably informed that there was a request to not be engaged, and something that we've debunked a lot of times. No one controls. There's been many occasions where even when before Representative Senator Dillon came on, you saw how many questions I have with Dillon. We came on, we had a very, very great conversation. Right? And I'm looking forward to a very great conversation with the deputy minister. But I was just joking when I said that. But I was reliably informed. So even if you disagree with me and you don't agree with me, allow me to land, allow others to land so that the audience understand our point, and then we can move forward. I can tell you not to disagree with me, but don't police me, don't interrupt me all the time. It's just, it doesn't help the show. That's what I was saying. So I look forward to a great show today.
Mr. Nagbe,
Anthony is in the background. Anthony is in the background. Anthony is in the background.
If Telvi is here, please bring her on, man. We need some female here.
I
Telvi, come on.
I don't see Telvi in the background.
I think she went out.
She said we refuse to send her the link. Tell me who. We don't have to say the link. You just come on and.
No, she's not in the group, so she may not have to.
I'm seeing Sarah also in the back.
Okay, there goes Sarah. Tell me, come on, man. We want
to. Nobody can come on again. We already
That's why I want to correct.
Okay.
Nobody else can come again.
So yeah, that's why I want to correct with the internet interruption.
Yeah. So
if we have poor installation, your internet will be poor. We live in the United States where it snows, it rains, and people don't lose their internet service. It doesn't matter how cold it is outside. The only time your internet will have a problem if the installation and the service you're using is poorly installed, then yes, weather will affect it. You understand?
But the man bought his own clouds, Lord, they're very
So
fine.
if you have a cheap service that was not installed properly, but Boston, Massachusetts, is snow a lot. North Dakota. I mean, you can need all the Dakota states in America, and ice can be on the ground, and people can still have service.
Anthony
Right?
Gay,
I
didn't even welcome you. Yes, start talking. Anthony Gay, I didn't even welcome you. Yes, start talking. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, because the comment section, because I put there, I have 18 years in the field.
The messenger is giving problem. I don't think that's a ground to criticize. It doesn't have a problem. And he will get.
I'm not criticizing. I'm providing expert knowledge.
Let's lighten up, guys.
Dr. Peabody.
Guys, let's lighten up.
This is my area.
Everything we can't take everything literally seriously. We gotta have a little fun here too. Mr. Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Listen, it is good to be here. It's unfortunate the minister couldn't be with you, with us today, but you know, we have a show to run. Let me also welcome our audience. I'll say this: the things going on between Robert and Sylvester. A number of us, including Johnny here yesterday, we are calling for a meeting, and this has been going on in the back. I'm now bringing it up front on the platform. Those of you who are responsible, you need to put us together. There are a lot of unresolved issues. They're beginning to spill over onto the platform, and this is not good. This is embarrassing. It is disgraceful. For us to come here, people came here for something different, and we spent almost 30 minutes here just trying to hash out something that we should be able to hash out in the back. So I'm really appealing to you guys. You need to bring us together quickly, so that we can hash these things out and do a show. I'm really begging you guys. We shouldn't come here and do this.
The minister has not even made his appearance. Everybody getting hot at the chance.
Thank you.
Exactly. So let me
welcome the queen of the show. Let me welcome the queen of the show, Sarah Dopoh. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm driving. But I'm listening. I'm driving, but I'm listening. I was getting ready to come on and engage the minister, but it's unfortunate that his internet couldn't allow him to come on. I pray that he get it fixed so that he can come on, so we can have some engagement with him. Thank you. I'll be listening.
He's coming on tomorrow and Monday, guy. We're gonna have Senator Dillon here. We're gonna have discussion. So. You guys are doing well, because if you were not doing well, they wouldn't want to come here. So this is the home of folks. We just got to do a little housekeeping here and there. But Dr. Peabody and Tomalin, you guys are doing a great job bringing the folks on. It's all about connection. It's about who you are. And Robert Garguah, you've been on the show. You're a veteran. Everybody knows you. You don't have to sell your pedigree. We know who you are. Honorable Pewee, the same thing. You guys have done a great job here. Those who are the newcomers here, we look forward to working with you so we can make this even bigger. Like someone said, this platform is substance-based. Our opinion may differ, but the substance is always solid. We don't pick anything from the cloud. Everything is solid. Uh,
2025. We're having a day. We get top more.
Mr. George, go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor, Mr. George.
I said, actually, in 2025, man. But let me be serious. Look, there's no reason why. First of all, I mean, everybody expect you, Robert, to be on the show today. As if you can't put a question, first thing I understand. So if anybody was planning to take you from the show, it's obvious that it will be seen. Well, everybody knew you had a problem with the minister last time, and you said you were going to engage him today. So nobody would. I mean, we were working. I working the phones with him because he tried for me to call him on a regular line, and then we were talking about it's really Liberia number 1, number 2. That problem with the network, because and that was going on. So when you on this end, you working things in the back with the people that you're trying to bring on the show. That's
right.
It. And
I appreciate that, Tomalin. You guys are my brothers. I mean,
everybody, a lot of people watching the show tonight.
Right.
That's why again, and when you're getting guests, we always our best behavior, we know, but I think everybody can come and ready for it because to show our true representation in this kind of a movement where people watching the show from all walks of life. Right. Some people watching on YouTube, you won't see them. Some people listening on the radio, they're watching at home, but you can't see them. One of those who online, like on Facebook, you will see them perhaps. So there are thousands of people watching the show, so we can. I mean, why would we stop somebody? We're clear. We said that we'll protect the guest. He wouldn't mind insulting, and he will ask the tough questions. He can't answer it. We're not forced to answer questions, but we're not stopping from coming on the show. Okay, we don't do that. That's all.
Chief, if a major tackle, we can also agree. Since there will be too many people who may want to come on, you come on after 30 minutes, you should drop off. So that other people can also come on.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea. I think what we need to do is, what we're going to discuss, is that some people only want to come on when there's guests. They don't come on.
Thank you, Don.
Exactly. Yep. Not sure when guests come.
Exactly. I agree.
The people who are yet other people who come here every day.
Exactly. Yep. I agree 100%.
Sarah, all time when she comes on that, when she on a break, all she can try to make effort at least.
I agree. We'll discuss this in the back.
Yeah, in the back. Yeah.
Dr. Peabody, why are you talking about Anthony Gay and Seleke like that? Why?
No, Seleke always yell.
Seleke said you were not coming back because he
was taking exam.
This particular time is my working time, right? I'm currently at work. Anytime you see this, that means I'm at work.
But yesterday we had that over there.
Meanwhile, let me clarify something. I know yesterday I said something about sanctions on some countries. I was just informed that Liberia is not on our list.
Okay.
So Liberia is not on the list. The good thing Liberia
is good news.
So that good news for the country.
Good news. Good news.
But do we have individuals on the list?
And it said in countries.
No, but
countries. Okay, so we have not got individuals yet.
So let's.
You spoke good English, so they'll not put you on the list.
That's right.
No, not just good English, beautiful English.
The presiding can I have the time to talk now?
Okay,
so
guys,
all they remember was the beautiful English, so you're not going to be on the list.
We'll have Honorable Sano back tomorrow, God's willing. He will prepare better. And then Monday we'll have Honorable Dylan here also.
He can be strong. He can engage the closing argument, and he prepared to engage the party.
There you go again. There you go. Now you're starting a fight. Everybody will be ready now when you come.
The senator becoming strong.
Okay, you see, he's starting again. Robert Garguah.
His replacement has already been announced.
That man, he ain't giving no perimeter to say you're not attacking the man. Why are you protecting Sandro Johnson and not protecting my brother from Basel? Why you?
All guess. The thing is this, right? What you want to see, right? Because honestly, if there are people who are, some people are they have this the media fright, you know. Honestly, when we started this talk show business, come in and show us that when you worry because you know everybody watching you from across the world watching you, it's a little bit frightened, even though you by yourself, but you're afraid. So some people, you know, if you see somebody being grilled, if I see somebody being grilled, I think I say what? Then they see the comments on the comment section, they grilling them too. If the person one kind, they say the people are watching outside here. So you know that's why you see you gotta protect the guests so the guests can feel comfortable. Other people can feel comfortable to come. Like for instance.
Honorable George.
I give example, right? Like tonight, because it's for the fact of the matter that the every minister have been in the news recent times, so you know he drew attention today. People are coming from all walks of life, from the government, from the opposition, all coming to Washington tonight. So as a result, you want him to come and feel that he's in a lion's den where everybody beating on him. So as a platform, you own an obligation to protect him, make sure that he's comfortable. He can ask, he can address, engage the panelists so that they can get what that people said. People are right when he said, let's start a policy issue, you know. And you start from that route, then you get into the stuff, we can go that route, which have been good. So hopefully we can take care of our laundry, and then tomorrow we'll come and engage tomorrow. So he will be better prepared. He wanted to come, give me a call.
There are a lot to ask that man professionally on the issue.
One minute.
There are a lot to ask him on the issue.
Anthony,
we don't need to go down the gutter with him.
Anthony, you have to wait until you get called, man. Patience, man. There you go. So what's going on?
Patient, please check the new link
No, that if she's not joking, my wife usually watches it on TV. We can't get it. We try and try and
We
try.
have a new YouTube link. I don't know. Oh,
yeah, it's very difficult.
Myean, can you repost the YouTube
link? The link is there, but people are saying when they click on it, they're not getting what they say.
It's just that when you go,
all you guys need to
just
do
go
every day,
the
repost that new
argument,
link.
it comes up, but it's not happening.
We need to go back to the IT lady.
We need to take down the old link.
There you go. You gotta clear the queue.
We need to delete the old link and just have one link there. Great, guys. Let's get moving here. We have a show to do here.
Usually when I talk something.
No, let go ahead. It's okay. Okay. Go ahead.
No, people, go ahead.
I just lost the trend. I'm trying to say something. I lost a trend on that. So you can go ahead.
Okay, so let's talk about the trending news. There are 3 issues that came out in Liberia today that we need to throw light on. One is the accused has broken his silence. Mr. Brian McGill breaks silence after rape allegation, he says, and I read, Liberian sports personality and suspended Deputy Minister of Youth and Sport, J. Brian McGill, have broken silence over a recent rape allegation, declaring unequivocally, I did not commit the act. His statement comes just days after the Inspector General of Police, Colonel Seleke Kromah, released a preliminary report stating that the Liberian National Police has exhausted all local investigative steps in the alleged rape case involving a 14-year-old minor and found no evidence linking McGill to the case after viewing the video camera. So Mr. McGill is now emboldened after the police chief said they view all the cameras and they couldn't find any evidence. So now he's emboldened and he said he didn't do it as evidenced by what the police chief said. Guys, what your take? I know Honorable George has his stance and he stands by what he said, but this is what the man is saying, based on what the police chief has said.
So let me comment on it quick, because I spoke to the lead investigator today on this case, and I hopefully we'll get he or somebody to come here. And from what he explained to me is that, look, they have gone through the phone records. For instance, example, they're giving 2 dates, September 30th and I think August something, and September 30th, something like that. And the date that was given, when they checked the camera and they checked the phone record, the alleged suspect was far from where they said he was. He was far away. Okay, it's there. They got IT people looking at everything. It's far away. Another one, the camera shows that on the day that they said this guy was with this little girl, he's nowhere around to be seen. So he said even Lima Bowie and some other women group went to them. They went there with the protest. But then when they sat down and explained to them how the investigation have been going, they were like, okay, some people still doubt, but some people can understand that, okay. So the police are saying that they were not going to just come and arrest somebody because of public sentiments, okay? And they say if they have cause, they mean they have the least evidence that this man is the one, they will arrest him. But for now, they said, oh, the investigation is ongoing. We are putting all resources together for this high-profile case. Everybody watching this case, so they are all after it. So, but they said that it's not like to say the evidence here where this man should be arrested by what people saying. Now, the video with Councillor Gongloe and the guest's father, according to them, were there this morning. The father said that he had a witness to prove. All the witnesses he carried there today, all of them said they disagree with him, and he said the people betray him. So this is how it's complicated. So that's what's happening. So hopefully they will come on the set and come and explain more. But we all follow this case. Everybody can call. You know, call the police. Try to get involved in it too. But and I say again, I stand at my position that look, until they can find the reason to arrest this man, and because the public are all making noise, arresting him, I just go and grab him. I repeat, a lot of young people have been destroyed by social allegation, and moreover, it will be any one of us tomorrow. Somebody can come in Liberia, go Liberia and come and lie on you, and you don't want to be treated this way. So let us allow the police to do their job. Let us all be part of the process, get involved, and show that we dig deeper, as my man Gayman said. Let's dig deeper. Let us try our best. But for now, I think the police, until the police can get a real reason to arrest this man, I think it should not just grab this man and throw him in prison because of the public.
Let me bring Sarah here. She's listening. Sarah, it says here, according to the police sources, the only outstanding step in the investigation agreement is the DNA test that Liberia does not have the qualification to perform. So basically, the police is saying this thing is dead. Liberia cannot perform DNA, so the case is closed. This is what the police is saying.
I mean, Mr. Gayman, I just don't know what to say. When we started this discussion from the beginning, I told you guys that that girl will not get justice. She will not, as much as I don't want anybody to lie on anybody's name, and the investigation has come this far. Somebody need to tell me why would this 14-year-old girl just pick this man among everybody else and lie on his name? Somebody need to convince me on that. Why would this girl look at this man who she has been calling Uncle McGill? Why would she want to lie on his name? I just need to know that. I just need to be convinced why. Give me one reason why she will lie on him. I just want that. But like they said, they don't have anything, and right now it's a dead end because they know that they don't have the DNA machine. And from the beginning, the case was tampered with, so she's not going to get justice. That's all I can say. I don't believe a damn thing that the police chief said, because I know that that girl would not lie on that man's name. Out of the millions and thousands of men that she has seen every day, she will not lie on his name. My gut feelings does not tell me that, and I believe her. Thank you.
Mr. Nagbe, the alleged suspect is coming out blazing, and he says here, the police director says the only thing that can break this case is the DNA result, and Liberia does not have that capability, according to him. So basically, so after he said that, Mr. McGill came out and said, I will fully avail myself for any DNA tests or additional procedure required to bring this case to a matter. Now that he knows that the people said, the police chief said there is no DNA, now he says when the DNA returns, he will avail himself. Your take on this issue?
Look, I agree with Sarah. I think really what is on test here is this government's ability and the police director and the police ability to conduct themselves in a matter such as this one, right? First of all, what are they doing finding evidence? They are not the investigators. I don't think that it is their job to prove this case. They need to gather whatever evidence, yes, they have and put it forward. But, you know, DNA testing, yes. Should that really be the excluding or the exonerating excuse? Can they not send this material abroad for test? I mean, the government of Liberia cannot afford to do a DNA test. You know, look, I agree with Tomalin. If I was in McGill's shoes, I probably would also be upset because it could be any of us. I agree with him. But this is the incompetence of the police. I think this is what is on test here. Their ability to conduct a case that seems to be an open shut case. You know, all of these things they're putting through this family and the young people and, you know, this young girl, I think really is unnecessary. You know, we have a case or we don't have a case, right? So they're going after about this thing in a slow motion fashion. One day they release one piece of information, the next day, and to Sarah's point, it looks like all of the effort is directed at exonerating this gentleman and making sure that he is not found culpable or guilty of this crime. It looks like that's what they're working towards because they're slowly tilting and orienting, you know, our views or thoughts on this matter to the I think to the angle of coming out with the conclusion that this gentleman really didn't do anything when they haven't really done the police work that is necessary here. They need to do the DNA test. They need to go any and everywhere and have the test done. I mean, there are labs in Liberia and LabCorp and all these labs are in Liberia. They should be able to send this thing abroad. They have done DNA tests before. Look, this thing happened. I think we started here in Malaysia August 30th, and it's almost coming on to the middle of October. It's a single case, you know, a single case is challenging the entire police force of the Republic of Liberia, especially at a time when the allegations of rape they're astronomically popping up in the press. I would really think this is an opportunity for them to kind of quickly put this to rest and let it serve as a deterrent to would-be perpetrators. That's how I see it. But I think they're fumbling on this matter, and I agree with Cyril. Eventually, they're going to return a case of not guilty for Mr. McGill, whether rightfully or wrongfully. It'll be difficult, to determine. Very unfortunate.
Garguah, we're not talking about the case of guilt or innocence. We are talking about probable cause. We are talking about probable cause. The police is talking about guilt or innocence. That's the last step of the whole thing. We say probable. If there's a probable cause to arrest this guy.
Absolutely. I mean, from everything that we have been told so far by the very police, the inspector general, common sense, will, conclude or at least suggest that they have enough to believe that more than likely a crime occurred. And from an investigative perspective or from a police perspective, they are the experts. I'm not an expert, but most Liberian investigators that work, Alfred Johnson is one, a reputable investigator in the DC area. He took a look at this case and it was comical to him, right? When you listen to the police, the IG's recent press conference, where he admitted that this young lady was tampered with. If you have admitted that she was tampered with, then I believe that he's seen some evidences that the public is not privy to the public to believe that indeed she was tampered with. Tampered with means that he believed that she was raped. She was raped. So if he believes that she was raped and she has identified the person who tampered with her, what else do they need to make an arrest pending ongoing investigation? I mean, this is not a rocket science. So it baffles me that press conference after press conference, we are at we're pretty much at square one when it comes to this little girl. Also, you don't need a DNA to make an arrest. DNA is not the only evidence needed to make an arrest. Only in Liberia, a police officer would tell you that because they think that the rest of the country is stupid. They're so gullible to the point where they tell people anything that they'll believe anything. And if they're trying to do a DNA, like Mr. Nagbe said, it's been almost over a month now. Everyone leaves the country and go to Ghana, South Africa, other places to seek medical care if it's an emergency. So if it's that serious, why have they not taken to Ghana? It's 2 hours flight. Someone could have gone to Ghana and done a DNA in 24 hours and returned to Liberia. They could have done that. The reason why they've decided to not do that is because of the victim involved. The victim involved, and I will close on this note. This this would not, if this was the daughter of any Liberian who has some influence, who has some cash, who could afford to hire a lawyer to put the kind of pressure on this government, Brian McGill would not be a free man today. If this was my daughter, I can almost guarantee you that Brian McGill would not be a free man today. And if it meant that I take the law in my own hand, I would do that. The reason why this little girl is being left to suffer, not only being violated, not only being abused by a very popular man and a man who is a partisan of the government in charge, is because she is considered, unfortunately, a nobody. I mean, she's a nobody. She's a poor girl Her father is poor. He's a nobody. He has no money. You know, if it wasn't, I mean, recently he came and said he was asking our reporter to get update from the police. You think this would be happening? The young lady that slapped the young girl, the young lady who was a pageant, Miss Liberia or whatever, and she slapped a young girl. We saw how that case escalated so quick. You know why
Yes,
it did
Wesley.
that? Because the mother involved was not a nobody.
Success. I think that's it.
The mother involved was not a nobody. And it's unfortunate. Every single Liberian, regardless of the name of your father, regardless of the bank, the size of your parents' bank accounts, regardless of the home and the location that you stay, it's incumbent upon us to protect them. And I will continue to say, in this case, regardless of what happened, the government of Liberia and social society have failed another young child who just does not have the opportunity, who does not have the influences, who does not have the cash to hold Brian Miguel and the government feet to the fire. It's unfortunate. But the fact that the government, the police have not, they can't say they don't have enough to make a probable cause to make an arrest. They can say that. That job is not to prosecute this case. That job is to ensure that, yes, we have enough to say more than likely a crime occurred. And if Brian Miguel feels as though he's guilty, he hires a lawyer, goes to court, and they can prove that in court. If the court says the persecution have not proved beyond a reasonable doubt that this crime was committed, at least she had her day in court. They are not even giving her that due process. The state and our country have failed another young girl who was abused and raped by a very powerful man. And throughout the country today, as I speak, there's another young baby is being raped, and she will never come out. We will never know about it because they don't feel like they are protected. It's unfortunate.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Seleke. Seleke, you've been on for a while. Let's talk about probable cause versus innocence and guilt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gayman. First of all, I think yesterday on the show, I made my position clear on this issue that the police should investigate, and once they do that, if the minister is guilty, he should of course face the law. But here is what I want us to, I want to draw all of us attention to. And maybe the cases might be different, but I'll try to bring in something that happened recently. We have this tendency in Liberia when somebody is successful, or when somebody holds a big position in Liberia, and even though there've been cases where people have been marginalized because of their status in society, but I keep hearing Sarah and the rest of the other people who are actually believing this story that the minister actually did the act that is accused of, that the legal would not lie. And this is something that is simple for us in Liberia. It's very, very possible, that anybody can look at anybody on the show and say you raped me and all of that, and you have no idea about it. It's very possible. And we are talking about minor here, somebody who is below 18 years old. And here is a story I was about to bring up. Few days ago, a businessman in Liberia, I don't know him. Like, I've heard his name in Liberia, but I don't know him personally. George Calano, most of you know him. One of his tango truck was arrested in Kickman. They found George in his car and all that kind of stuff. And according to him, he parked those cars in the garage for the past 3 months. He didn't know that the car was, going to get fuel and all of that. And the police called him 8 o'clock in the morning, according to his interview with a closing argument reporter. The police called him like, are you aware that your car was arrested at, in Cape between Cape and bombing over George? And he said, I'm not aware of that. All I know, my car should be in the garage. And under that live feed, Mr. Gayman, you have Liberians there, clearly stating that they made a just dealer. Like how you got all the money today, you got. He's a just dealer. He been doing a business there. And none of them, when you come, you call them up to ask questions, to show you evidence. They don't have any evidence. So it's very possible, and we go against people, because maybe they hold big position. It is not anybody that can have the opportunity tomorrow to serve in any privileged position in Liberia. It's not a fault, and just because you serve in that position, so somebody will come and lie on you, and then everybody say that they may in big position. Bulk of the people, we're not saying don't stand with a little girl or don't stand with a family victim, or we're not, in some of us, personally me, I'm not also saying that the minister is innocent or this, but if there is no, possible cause, like the police, or the investigators are saying, why you want this man to go to jail? Say like how it been done. Just because it's been done that way in the past doesn't make it, right. So just put him in jail, let him be in jail, and then send it to court. So what if they are lying on this man? Just because it's we've done it like that before, so we should do we should continue to do it. I mean, it's not fair. Anybody can be successful, anybody can be privileged to get into government or to get any bigger position. And that it's not a justification that people should come up and lie. And I'm not saying the little girl is lying, but the police, the LNP is they are tasked with the responsibility to investigate in cases like this. Just because the public, some activists, they're stepping up, asking for investigation for the arrest of this minister, and all of us should join him and say, you know what, you're putting a man in jail. We don't care. We've been putting other people in jail before, even though there is no, evidence or any trace that can establish that this is the man that actually, do this act that they're accusing of. For me, this is my position. Let the police continue that investigation. At the end of the day, once they find a probable cause, they can charge him and send him to court, and he can go there and have his day defend himself. But this idea that he should be arrested because the past rape cases have been done that way, I don't think it's a good thing. But it's very, very possible to close on this. It's very possible that the little girl might be lying. There's a lot of possibility.
Let me push back on the Colando one. I'm a business owner. I got several cars here. One of my cars was involved in an accident. My company, I got sued. Robert Garguah worked for whatever hotel he worked for. If one of his cars was in an accident, they will sue the company. That's how it works. Whatever your car does, you are responsible. If closing argument owns a vehicle, register the closing argument, and it gets involved in an argument, they are not going for the driver. They're going for closing argument. That's the law. Let me go to Johnny. Johnny.
So
1 minute, Johnny. 1 minute. Let me get the premise here. You and I, all of us were here when I read this story about the young man that raped a baby in Nimba. I didn't hear anybody say they should do a DNA test.
That's exactly what I'm coming to.
It's in jail. Go ahead.
Yeah, if the DNA becomes an issue and the police tells us that DNA test is the key item for investigation and collect evidence, then the guy that was just accused for rape at the Ministry of Agriculture, right? Because now I'm sitting here, I'm getting to believe that when you go to court, in the system, there are elements that constitute crime. But matter of fact, I got some basic training in police science, right? So they'll tell you elements that constitute crime. So before a person is charged, those elements got to align with the crime scene and the crime that is being investigated. So if the element constitutes rape, certainly rape, and that element got to be identified through DNA test. So why are they keeping the young guy, the guy who was accused from the Agriculture Ministry, also for rape in detention or at the Morocco prison? Because rape is rape. They are all spelled the same way. What the law has is statutory rape and some other rape the guy. But the higher rape is the statutory rape. So I also want to think that statutory rape does not have any bail bond into it. So once you are accused, the police charge you with statutory rape, sent to the court, you remain at the Morocco prison until your case ends, whether you are found guilty or not guilty by the court. You understand? So I am also surprised that with all the work we've done in this country with UN and other group, looking at the sexual and gender-based violence issues to be prominent crimes, crime that of serious concern, we still do not have DNA And if we think that DNA is key to conducting sexual-based violence crimes, especially so when it comes to rape. I remember about 2-3 years ago during the regime of President Weah, I was privileged to attend a meeting with the Vice President Joel, and she was discussing how my organization could get involved with more awareness and supporting the government to do more investigation into gender-based violence. And one area she was talking about was to get a DNA machine at JFK. But I'm surprised that there's no DNA machine in Liberia, because I'm sitting here thinking we should have DNA machine either at one of the hospitals in Liberia, either at the Jamali, or somewhere else in Liberia. And more besides, there have been many times that we are taking specimens of crimes, elements of crime, taken to other countries for investigation, for analysis, and give us feedback. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just a little bit confused, because I have been involved with awareness around human rights, awareness around absolute justice for the last 15 plus years, the name and brother Liberia. To come today and realize that my country does not have a machine to help investigate sexual and gender-based violence issues, whereas at the Ministry of Justice, a whole unit was established and funded by international agencies. A whole unit that had, at that time, they have Councillor Seleke Kromah as head for that unit. Later on, it became Councillor Joyce Sagbe. Later on, I went to Africano Gabriels, which, because I know all the guys that work at that gender-based violence unit, crime unit. So I'm just surprised that we don't have equipment that will do so. And if we don't have it, then that means all rape cases in Liberia, no one will ever be charged of rape. If we're going to rely on DNA test machine to do the test or to do the analysis and get all feedback. You know what I'm saying? And more besides, my people, we have hundreds of Liberians across the length and breadth of Liberia in the various prison centers in all the counties for allegations. Some of them have been there for more than 2-3 terms of court. Where the law says if you are in prison or in detention, not prison, in detention, and the two terms of court expires and the state cannot prosecute the matter, the defense lawyer should go and pray the court to not prosecute the case and put the defendant outside or the accused out until the state is ready to prosecute that matter. You know what I'm saying? I will work with somebody who is doing some work. I will share with you guys a database on the prison facility around the country, how many persons by age, by gender are in prison, at the Moroccan prison and the federal prison compounds across Liberia that are under what we call pre-trial detention. They carry close to almost 80-90% of those in prison. Pre-trial, they have not been tried one day, they never had a day in court, nothing they have had. They just been languishing in the federal prison centers across the country without trial. This one have been there for more than 4 years, 5 years. No trial, no one to go seek on their behalf. You know, I hope that one of these days, when I get to data, we can have a whole week discussion so we can be advocating on behalf of those Liberian women and men that are in prison or at the various centers around here, correctional centers around here, that have not had a day in court. So this is a challenge for our criminal justice system. And if rape is a serious issue on a sexual and gender-based violence issue, and we're saying that DNA machine is cardinal and important to collect evidence, then it's about time that we cut all our salaries down in government and ensure that we got DNA machine at all the hospitals in the 11th Brother Bureau, so that if a rape occurs in Maryland, occurs in River G, Barclayville, or Grand Crew, or in Greenville, or wherever it will occur, the hospital there will have the equipment to help the police to be able to do the analysis and collect evidence on rape matters in the country. So, I mean, that's the country we have. I'm hoping that God will help Liberia, because right now, if we can do call on God, already I heard they say one minister say we should pray to God to help the economy. So let's pray to God that our system, our criminal justice system can be improved to the extent that access to justice will be for everyone, despite your age, your race, your height, your religion, your language, your economic status, whatever condition you got. Justice must be for everybody, provided by the state, not only in the interest of individuals in the state. Now, I'm not saying this specifically to say I'm saying that Brian McGill is involved. I mean, that's not my issue. My issue is the system. The system is not working for the people. My issue right now is the system. I don't have an issue whether it's McGill or not. The system, because McGill today, like my brother Garguah said, do you know what's happening today in the other 15 counties or even 14 counties? We know what's happening there around the country. Do you know what today, maybe several young women at the age of 10, 15 or 10, 12 have had the same situation that they get had, or we're talking about? But if the state does not have the necessary equipment to launch investigation and collect evidence, then we are in problem. And the state is the duty bearer. They have the biggest obligation to, so that's why they took the oath to protect the people of Liberia, give them justice, give them all that basic needs. So we don't have this thing. I'm just surprised that we may not go far with justice issue when we don't have DNA. If DNA is the issue when it comes to raping Liberia. So let me pause here and let my colleagues make their comment. Thank you.
Before you pause, let me ask you this, Johnny. You're gonna sit down here and tell you don't know the minister who said Uma pray. You don't know your nephew name?
My who?
Your nephew who said Uma pray. You don't know his name?
Your nephew Garguah.
Okay, now you call it him now. Okay, I hear you now. Thank you.
Anthony,
let me,
real quick, Anthony, your take.
Oh, okay,
2
yeah,
minutes, so we can move on to the next subject.
Look, Mr. Gayman, I'm going to be very brief. I'm appalled. And yes, Mr. Cummings was right. Nothing has been done. Nothing has changed. I mean, let me use a direct quote. Nothing has changed. The rape issue stay as this. And we do not have a DNA machine in the entire Republic of Liberia. Nothing has changed. This, if you are a father who has young girls, your mother who have young girls, and hearing this kind of news, that you too might be a victim, God forbid. Look at this kind of thing. A 14-year-old girl, examined, determined she was tampered with, established she was tampered with, no doubt. And then they are saying because there is no DNA machine, they cannot arrest, they cannot do anything. But yet, the future of a young girl is shattered. Psychologically, morally. A nation, yet again, has failed another citizen. This is not politics. This is a complete neglect. In 2024, 11.8 million United States dollars was allocated to lawmakers, quote-unquote, legislative projects. In 2025, 11.8 million United States dollars was allocated to lawmakers, quote-unquote, legislative projects, signed into law by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Newman Boakai. Nothing has changed. Are you back my time?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to Sylvester Pewee to close on this, and then we'll open.
No, I didn't even talk on this yet, man.
Okay. I'm sorry, Peabody. Peabody, go ahead. Then Pewee going to close, and then we'll open the line. We got 30 more minutes here to be on the line.
Let me say this. I know people are saying, "Oh, the 14-year-old girl will not lie." Oh, how would they get lie? How would they get do this? It's the fact. But our emotional sentiments is not for someone to be found guilty of form of a crime. There should be a proponent of evidence. It should be beyond all reasonable doubt.
Beyond all reasonable doubt.
When it comes to these kind of cases, we may put our emotional stuff into it, it's true, but the police have to do their arrest and they have to go through an investigation. Okay, innocent until proven guilty. But what we've learned in our country is that people will find people guilty before even the kids even go to trial because the trials will make it political. It's wrong if this girl was raped. It's totally wrong. It's unacceptable. And I'm hoping that whoever did this must be brought to justice and be punished to the highest. But what we see now is because this guy is in the political, the whole thing has turned political. Okay, because he worked for the Unity Party government. Of course, there are people on the other side who will want to elevate it and try to accuse him. But let's wait. If police say they don't have any evidence, There's nothing you can do. You can say somebody stole your money, somebody did this, but if you go through the court, somebody can even commit a crime. But if you go to court and there's no evidence to prove, their case is dead and it's zero. So what I'm saying here is we shouldn't politicize it. Let's give the police a chance to do the investigation if they have not found the evidence. But what we're saying, what I'm saying is, if this man didn't do it, he's already damaged. If you go on Google now and click his name, it links him to RIP. That's one part of it. If he didn't do it. But if he did it, the court will be able to find him guilty. But in order to find somebody guilty of a crime, there must be a proponent of evidence. So what we may say, all we want to say, we put our emotional something in it, but sometimes we see a lot of things happening in that country, and sometimes you wonder. Liberians are always up for going to get the other person down. We always fight not to elevate others or each other, but we always want to get the other person down. That's how we deal with politicians, that he might come down.
Dr. Peabody, real quick, you and I were advocating for that baby that was raped in Nimba, and that guy was arrested. And then agriculture again, the guy who was accused of rape last week in agriculture was arrested. Did they do any DNA?
Thank you.
Yeah, but you were not found guilty. They arrested and they ain't found them guilty.
Yeah, but the idea there were evidence, significant evidence enough to have them arrested. Okay, probable cause. It's not guilt or innocence. Probable cause. Is there any reasonable person would say something happened? And yes.
Yeah. So why would they treat it differently than Miguel? Why would they quit to arrest them without enough evidence, and they are not arresting Miguel? That's a question. Why are they
no DNA on no DNA on?
I mean, if she accuse him, he should be. If she point to him as the person that raped her, he should be arrested. He should be arrested, and then probably maybe given a bond, or probably not given a bond based on the discretion.
I think listen, 1 minute. I think the real problem here is, in these cases, the law says there is no bonding out. That's the
I think that's what they're trying to avoid.
They want to arrest this guy, but when you arrest him, he is not supposed to leave until he goes to trial.
Right. But they arrested the other two guys. They arrested the other two guys who are nobody. They are not Miguel. So they were quick enough to arrest them, which is the reason why we keep saying
Let me ask Dr. Peabody real quick. Dr. Peabody,
because I want people to close this so we move to the next topic.
Mr. Gayman, real quick. Dr. Peabody, you raised a valid point, right? But Dr. Peabody, the police that we depending on for their whole investigative process, they are telling us no DNA. When millions of dollars have been given for the wrong thing in the country. So, I mean, it is so frustrating that the instrument that they need to, authenticate some evidence, they don't have it. So when you say wait until the investigation, what are we waiting for? What deadline?
But if they don't have the evidence, now you saying what I'm saying. If the police, who should be the principal in this investigation, don't have evidence, then why are you putting them in?
Right. Yeah, but they didn't have DNA for the other two people arrested.
Mr. Gayman, information for further. Quick information. The guy they arrested at the agriculture ministry, the contractor, they met him and the girl in the same room. That was a private court. They met them in the same room. That was a private court, according to the police person.
The police was there in the room.
The court.
Okay. Seleke, please.
The police are not there in the room with them.
Please. Honorable Pewee. I think what we are talking about is the dichotomy in the procedure here. The guy that we were all talking about, it was disgusting in Nimba. He was arrested. He's in jail. The guy from agriculture is in jail. And here, based on what the police is saying here, that the only thing they are waiting on now is the DNA result. And they don't have any DNA, no means. So they have asked the U.S. Embassy to do the DNA until then. They can't do anything. That's the case that there's a dichotomy in how these things are done in Liberia. You are muted, Honorable Pewee.
Thank you. I was intentionally quiet and to get all sides basically. And you know, some of us we are already impervious to insinuation, negative ones, and others. It don't move us. We're totally very impervious to those things. But what I was trying to say, I think the police, jokingly, would need some security clearance to come on now. How could security clearance to go their investigation? But that's the other side of it. But
why security clearance?
I don't.
Why security
No,
clearance?
come. Listen, let land. Go ahead.
No. I just asked. I said, why security clearance? That's all.
Yeah, you know, I know that Anthony said he got security clearance.
Oh,
okay. Send a security clearance to them to help push.
My man.
No.
That was the joking part of it.
Mr. Gay, let the man land. Let's move on. Open the line.
Go ahead. Clearance to push them. But on a serious note, Mr. Gayman, here's what I would say to that, and this is going to be the conclusion of my contribution to that. What there's because nothing we're going to do about it in terms of commenting every day on it while the police state investigating. And I'm very clear in terms of understanding government bureaucracy, legal matters, and the rest of those things from a political perspective that the police is handling this matter. And this matter versus Seleke Kromah, who of course is a dear friend that really helped me before in terms of doing most of my RT activities when I didn't have much knowledge on those. Is currently in jail. His information is quite different from this Brian McGill fellow. The police is doing what they're doing because the police trying to set the record straight. It doesn't mean if it was done wrongly yesterday, it shouldn't be done right today. If the police will correct course in terms of doing things. But again, the knee-jerk approach we have in terms of reacting to some of these things, we are having sufficient information on them. It saddens my mind, and it's unfortunate that we will, in that knee-jerk way, always react and respond to some of these things. You see some damn learned lawyers. We want to take on the camera because they want to come and project something to be seen or to be heard when they know that this, in other words, this sometimes misleading the population on these things. So, for what I would say to this, the police said to you time to time, it's not Brian McGill is not an angel. There's no sweetheart deal for Brian McGill. The point here is that we don't have sufficient reason to charge into court. And those that will sit here and don't still understand that the police is the first line of the criminal justice system. I mean, I don't know how we're going to say that we have amplified this all in the game. That the police is the first line. If the police does not work in isolation. The police does not work in isolation. The police work in partnership with the ministry, and that's one of the reasons why the police director reports to the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General of the Republic. And what part of the reason the former Attorney General said it was even during the days of the late Frederick Pewee, when he announced that police, his office, will ensure, along the Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia and his office, will liaise with the police in terms of conducting investigations, particularly criminal investigations. Because often at times, the police were charged, and the charge would not meet the weight of evidence. I mean, if he went to court, then the defense will come and win the case. And that's one of the reasons why the governor of the Republic of Liberia, that of think time, lost a lot of cases. Minister Cheru said that he left. Unfortunately, he's there now, but he started that. Then Mr. Ding came in. Now we have the current minister. So the point is that the Minister of Justice or the police chief of the Crime Services Division of the Liberian National Police does not work in isolation of the Minister of Justice. So if we, all of the things that are going on currently in terms of the way the approach the police is taking, it's been meticulously observed with legal minds from the Minister of Justice in line with what is unfolding. Now, those that didn't understand, I don't hold people responsible. So now everybody can be moved or they're saturated. Either they want to know everything, they want to discuss everything, but they don't have no knowledge of that. This man is saying, somebody said the president is 8.something million. The purse is with the legislature, not the president. The purse of our country is with the legislature. That's what Article 34 of the Constitution gave the power to the legislature to conduct those things in terms of who gave what. It's the legislature, it's not the president. So you see, when people come and they are full-throated about something, they certify, they know they're saying something good, but they're saying nothing. It's unfortunate. And sometimes, and the reason why other people feel offended when we correct them is that if you say something about the country that is totally out of order and wrong, and somebody can be beating their chest saying it. The Constitution of our country gave the powers to the legislature. So the war over everywhere, even now, why is in this country? Why is now in this country you have government shut down? Because Congress has the prayers. That's why you see Congress is shut down today, not the president. But again, if the way we go, I will conclude it. The way we go about things,
apple and oranges,
in terms of the way people come out and say that's the same way someone said yesterday on the show. The police got nothing to do with the case. With bravely stepping, they didn't know that the police is the one that will have to charge the case to go to court.
The same way it says
they didn't have no case.
Section on trapping local county represent 6 county.
Listen, let the man land.
No. I'm used to these things. It's not an issue. So if I have big questions coming to correct me, I don't have issues.
No, but let the man land. Let the man land, guys.
I understand. That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Gongloe,
let him land so we can bring somebody else on. You're interrupting. Go ahead.
Yeah, let the man land.
Mr. Gongloe, you don't. No, I surviving. That's why I say I'm basically used to this kind of thing. Mr. Gongloe, you don't come on the show. You don't just come on the show for interest line. You want to come in.
Pewee, just go ahead. Pewee, man, don't prolong.
No. He said when you put your hand, like he said, meaning all things this that. So my point is, and sometimes what we'll do now is
Pewee, you say he killed Cloud Lay, right?
Yeah, he killed Cloud Lay. Then he won't. He didn't even go on the other side of the water. Then he wants to, and somebody tell me. Sometimes
he's from under the water. He's not from there.
Sometimes we take time to go through some of these things. But again, the personal feelings we have. And trust me, we are more political on looking at things now in Liberia than ever before.
So
and I will
can I ask you a question?
I will end on this one, Mr. Jerome.
Pewee justifying our lawmaker and she take $150,000 home with a big salary.
Mr. Gay, why are you prolonging our conversation here? You were talking, and man, ain't talk. Go ahead, Len.
Can I ask you a question, Pewee?
Okay, go ahead.
So here's my question, right? So then, can you make sense of, because this is my point, the point that the reason why he has not been arrested is because of who he is, as opposed to similar crimes where the police did not put emphasis on making sure all of the dots were connected, DNA and so forth and so on. These people were accused and they were immediately arrested. I think we give 2 examples. So if the other folks who have been accused of rape, they are innocent until proven guilty, and this crime is non-billable, why were those other folks quickly arrested without none of the evidences that they're asking for? And why are we waiting for all of the evidences to arrest McGill? Do you not think that McGill is being given special privileges because of who McGill is, as opposed to those who are currently in prison and jail without the propendence of evidences?
No, exactly. I wouldn't think that way. And part of the reason why, and that's what I say, if you hold me very carefully, and if not, I will reiterate my position when I stated that. Let's agree that it was not done right before with other investigative processes. Doesn't necessarily mean it shouldn't be right moving forward. And I indicated that. And the reason why I indicated that is that the police is trying to set a bar. And this bar is trying to set moving forward. You have to have realistic reason to make sure that John Paul is linked to this matter quickly. For instance, the police say there are a lot of ambiguity on the issue about this guy being in the same place with the girl. The first point, it was on August 12th. This guy and this girl met at his office. The pool investigative machinery, it proved that is to the contrary. This guy was here, they proved this, it proved to the police that is to the contrary. The police say, hey, there's a need that we go a little more closer towards other forensic line of finding something else. The police have not yet ruled out that he didn't do it. But what the police now, and the police, and where we're missing the boat, including you, Raul, is that you saying they said the girl was tampered? Yes, medical report said she was tampered with. The police agreed to that. The medical examination, but who tampered with her? That way the police now trying to catch this. So the problem, the problem here, that I'm saying,
suspect
with the police, is not all suspect. And you see, and part of the hypocrisy we have is that even here, so now the investigative process in the place will take years. I will rest here on that basis. Okay, but Gongloe, so you don't just come on the show and you want to come. You want to have
oh no, Pewee, you can be the guest.
You just came today because you want. And the reason why, you don't come on the show. You want to have your way.
No, you will be the guest. We will ask you questions. That's all.
No, you're not a guest.
We will ask you questions.
You're not a guest. The reason why you on the show today because somehow your brother said something about the show yesterday. And that's the only time you come on the show.
Me? I've never even heard anything about that.
Your brother said some erroneous thing legally about the thing yesterday. That's why you keep up to defend.
Me? I've never heard that.
But when you're down to the mentor, brother.
I've never heard that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the reason.
You know that are taking Catholic Church. I never heard that.
You knew your brother West with his broom and saying to us, intentionally misleading us with his broom. When he broom in here, intentionally misleading us about 1898 case. That's why you keep
Kehleboe. But listen, Pewee, 1 minute. Kehleboe, does your brother have a broom?
Police don't have
the equipment.
Kehleboe, your brother has a broom or no broom?
Look, I'm not going to answer you, but I'll say what I'm going to say. Let me tell you, there is no doubt, and I'll be very braggadocious about this. There is no doubt. If you count the 5 best lawyers in Liberia,
now you come to where I was saying.
There is no doubt about that. In terms of Councillor Gongloe's substantive knowledge of law in Liberia, there's no doubt about that.
He denied. He coming there now.
Okay,
we'll get there.
I never said. I said to you, I didn't hear that. If you say anything about closing argument or about the rape case, I've never followed that. Okay.
Jerome, I know the big brother Gongloe.
Yeah, he did have a video yesterday.
The man will call me. He'll call me again to now. So the man will call me. That's why when I heard the brother, he called me and said, Pewee, you don't know that whole case. I'm telling you, he follows something about this case. He coming out to counter Pewee on this one.
No,
and he can't even want to make sure they can.
You know what? Let me tell you what.
And Nagbe knows the right story. Let
me tell you. Let me make full disclosure. I came from work. I was driving to Walmart when I think Gayman said our guest is already here, and that was going to be the Deputy Minister Dano Sano, right?
Yes.
And I said, okay. And as soon as I get home, I will log on the show. I have one question for Dano Sano. Darius Delon said, we must apologize to George Weah for criticizing for riding private jet. And we, the rescue people, we are riding private jet almost every trip. So I wanted to ask Dano Sano, what do you agree with Senator Delon? That's all. This is what brought me on the show. When I log in now, Dano Sano is not there. So let me make a full disclosure. I came to ask Dano Sano one question. Okay? Whether you agree with Darius Delon.
So do you agree with what Councillor Gongloe said yesterday?
I know why you listen to it.
The man said you don't see the video.
You say
I don't follow him on Facebook. He's not my friend on Facebook. I don't.
So you don't follow him on Facebook. Why the last time when I commented on him, you called me and I'm there for almost 1 hour?
Okay, guys, we got a call.
No, yeah, on that whole thing.
On Facebook.
We got a call. 1 minute. Gongloe, 1 minute, we got a call. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Pewazi. I'm calling from
South Korea.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make this point clear. I mean, yes, this is where we come in. We as justice student, we don't believe in the police report. We don't believe in anything because the police is only reporting on Nagbe's side whether he was present or not. But they have not reported that if he was the one who sexually harassed sexually abused a girl. So, and there's nothing come from the little girl. There's no report coming from the little girl that what she said was wrong or not wrong. Because in the past they have judged people that way. What make McGill's different from the people who they judge in those manners that is already being biased. So it means that the police is taking side. Even if the police is making things right at this present moment, no Liberian, no San Liberian will think that the police is making the justice right. No one would think that they are making things right because they have not made things right a few months ago. Those things happened. The thing that happened to the guy from the youth from the other area, it just happened a few months ago. We just talked about it a few months ago. Why you didn't make it right then, and now you want to make it right? I mean, it's contradicting. It simply shows that they are holding back because he has a position and he has a big name that they want to protect. That is what we see. We, the common people in Liberia. And to end on this note, it's so saddening that many Liberian women, we gather on the street for drugs. And at the final analysis, when we go check, there was the one, most of them was the one that was taking pictures of and posting on social media that they got with drugs in Liberia. But to get on the street to protest for a young lady, a young baby girl who was raped, who knows the person who raped her, they are now on the street. And we just found few women on the street protesting. It's a shame to our sisters and mothers. And that goes to my own family. A few days ago, the police beat on a Fula lady in Liberia. All of them got on the street and they beat a Fula woman. They never get out for a young girl who was raped. It's a shame on all of them. I mean, it's so sad to be talking about this for almost 2 months, 3 months, and nothing has been done. Send the case to police, to the court. Why keep the case in the police station? Send the case to the court. Let the court exonerate whosoever who they want to exonerate. If he has power or money, let him go prove it at the court. Thank you very much, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah. Mr. Gayman, 30 seconds. I have one question.
Mr. Gongloe, you were in flight. Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, okay.
You know, Gilman, when I came on the show, there's something I didn't want to say, but I'm going to say what I wanted to say. I wanted to make a general statement and share my thoughts on the rape issue. But today, and at this moment, I'm not going to call out my friend and brother, Sylvester Pewee. You know, I think there's something dangerous in Liberia. In the 1990s...
Mr. Gongloe, hold on 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Melinson Yadro from New Jersey.
Yeah, please speak up a little louder.
Okay, Mr. Gayman, my name is Melinson from New Jersey. You know, it is disappointing and frustrating for us, the Liberians that live in the United States. The law that we live under here, the system that we live under here, we sit here and preach the opposite in Liberia. Mr. Gayman, I got a Firestone friend that we all came from Firestone. His wife's little sister that they brought with them on TV as their daughter. He raped the little girl in Trenton. His wife was working all night. The next morning, the little girl ran to their Spanish neighbor with cry and complained to them. The Spanish neighbor called police. The police came, they sent our girl to hospital to the medical facility immediately. They apprehended our man. The test result came positive. Like temper with the girl. That guy was prosecuted in Trenton, convicted and sent to jail for 5 years. After 5 years, they deported him to Abel. Where in this America, where a woman called police on you for even sexual harassment, the police will want to investigate. They are not court. Their duty is to charge the case and send to court. We feel with that. What's a rape case? They charge and send to court. Then our brother here is defending the man. The police needed to establish, they need a cause. There's that. Are they the judge? Do police do that in America in a rape case? Or even in a sexual harassment case in America? Why you guys sitting here in dumbass Liberia with your personal opinion? Why you believe it's good for you? But it's not good for the other people. A 14-year-old girl identify the person who tempered with who raped her. Point at the person. And they went to the hospital established that the girl was tempered with. Number one, the guy is correct.
Mr. Gongloe, you were in flight. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I'll call you back. Gayman, another caller wanted to come through me.
Yeah,
but
bring them on.
I'll speak first. You can't be interrupting me until I lose my thought.
No, Mr. Gongloe, when someone calls, we usually bring them on. If you have a call, bring the person on, and then you are smart man. How you just lose your train of thought? You memorizing stuff?
I never memorized anything. All right.
Bring the person on, man.
The person. Oh no. So talk. You are live. Talk.
Oh, I'm live. Let me blast you. Are you live?
Are you hearing that?
Yes,
you can hear.
Your name and where you calling from?
Tavita Cole, calling from Texas. How you doing? How you guys doing?
Great.
So I wanted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. So I just wanted to add a comment to the whole RIP thing. Again, I will forever blame the police. Gregor Coleman, it's like he said, okay, now we need DNA. But my thing is that what are you doing to move the needle forward? Because you can say, okay, we need DNA, but guess what? You should have budget for these kind of cases because that's part of the work that you do to prosecute these cases all year round. So somewhere within your budget, you should have allocation to send that family, to Ghana, Nigeria, whatever it is, for 2 days to go and do the test so that you can just put an end to this to say, okay, based on the DNA result, this is what we have to close the case. But you can't say, oh, well, we need to do a DNA, but we call it an American embassy. You can't be called an American embassy for every freaking thing. You got budget for that. That is so immaterial for American embassy to help you with that. You have budget allocation. So he needs to use his budget. If he maxes out his budget, he needs to sell some of his uniforms and some of those bells and whistles he got on him. Sell some of that and send that family send that girl with a protected family member abroad to go. To the neighboring country to get that test. Or he needs to go to his president and he needs to ask him. Again, I still maintain that nothing's going to come out of this case. He knows very well they're not going to go forward with his DNA stuff. That's why he keeps saying, "Oh, we need a DNA. We're working," and that's why they all. I call him GL Rippers. My jail came forward and said, I believe what the government said because it's a collaboration. They're collaborating on one force and this is going nowhere. Nowhere. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, caller.
Go ahead, Mr. Gongloe.
All right, now I can continue. Like I was saying, I didn't want to call out my friend and brother Sylvester Pewee. I was making a historical trying to establish a context here. In the 1990s, when we were at the university, there was a group that emerged, and that group was called Free Thinkers. They called themselves Free Thinkers, but they had a liberal connotation, meaning to what Free Thinkers politically mean. For them, they were pro-child stealer people, pro-money cartel and Councillor Bernard Sano, the moreover hustlers who found themselves to propagate the propaganda of the MPFL. And these guys were at the university. Remy Gray on Spoon was one of them. They call themselves Free Thinkers. Okay? Today, the neo progressive is a political terminology that in other countries got good meaning. But it seems that neo progressive in Liberia has different meaning. And that's why my brother and friend Sylvester Pewee has decided to engage in. Listen, what is happening in Liberia? Every law, every country, there is legal culture and legal and practice. Even when lawyers are arguing in court, they say, according to, by practice and procedure, right? Since the statute on rape was passed, what happens? When you stand accused, the police establish a prima facie case, a probable cause to be arrested. And in all rape cases, the woman, the victim, is believable until proven otherwise. So once a victim came forward and said, I was raped by Brian McGill, police should have moved to arrest the person. There are thousands of Liberians in jail, not just in Monrovia. Some of them, their name would never even enter newspaper, let alone even local radio station. but they are in jail across Liberia for rape, for just allegation on rape. But today, Brian,
hundreds of Liberians.
Well, Sylvester, you and myself don't know the number, so I can estimate.
We don't even have the whole country. We don't even have more than 5,000 prisoners. So
yeah. So you can say whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
So let me say this. There's something that I want to say. I shared a video in the chat room and both in the back here. If it is possible to play. There are two things. Others have mentioned that we're not hearing what the girl is saying. The police is not reporting the girl's statement. They're only reporting Brian's statement. But the girl's father said, days after the rape issue came up, Brian Myean went to him with other friends.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gongloe, just a second. Jerome, there are a lot of people in the back, big guys. I think Sarah is in the back, Johnny is in the back.
I was in the back for like 15 minutes before they could let me in.
There you go.
So there's a video that I'll share with you. If you can play, if you get Myean to play, even just for a minute. The girl father is saying Brian Myean went to him with a friend and he brought other people, other family people. They sat down and Brian Myean went and apologized to him and asked him not to pursue the case, to have a family settlement. He admitted his involvement to him. And that is out there in public domain. This father has spoken to the police, yet the police is insisting on DNA. Look, like Tevi said, this is clear.
Can I ask you a question quickly, please?
Please do. I'm open.
Okay. You see, and ladies and gentlemen, Georgie, it's good to hear Mr. Gayman, you hear Mr. Nagbe, everybody, and I like that. You see, I respect Mr. Gongloe a lot. And I'm one of those that can really fearlessly defend him. And that's what I always defend him. And when somebody comes after the people, I refer to him as one of the best mathematicians we have and statisticians we have in the country. But he just
I'm not sure you need to do that.
I come, Chief. You just said you didn't follow your brother's statement, but now you bring your father's statement.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
The grandfather and your brother were on television with his broom in him.
Yes.
Now you just keep my point. So go ahead.
Listen,
let me stop you there.
You quoting the grandfather now, Rawa. Yeah, man. You quoting the grandfather now, but you remove your brother from it, and your brother and the grandfather standing.
Let me stop you right there too. Let me add there before you speak.
You see,
the
hypocrisy got to stop.
I spoke to the lead investigator in the case today, right? And he said that incident that happened yesterday with your brother and the guest father. The people he said I was witnessed where Myean confessed. They came to the police today. When they asked them, the people said they didn't know what they were talking about. Then the guest father said the people betray him. So you see how the investigation is going, how it's going?
Yeah, I'm not commenting.
Yeah, it's possible that people can be intimidated. People can be intimidated.
But if I may
Sarah, that's given the opposition perspective, period.
Exactly.
Mr. Gongloe, you conclude that?
I'm staying flat though. I'm not concluding.
Listen, guys. Listen. Mr. Gongloe, go ahead.
Yes. Go ahead, Chief. So now I'm gonna make comment on this. There are many instances, multiple ones for that matter, that if Councillor Gongloe takes a position on a particular case, that I agree with him, I've gone publicly and defended him all the chat room and even on my own page. But on this one, I have no reason to pretend about that. If he and I had similar argument, it's coincidence. I never listened to him. I don't follow him. In fact, this girl, father's story that I share, you know how I listened to him? Susan Bangay, the girl who was on the show last night. Susan is the one who shared that video. And when I saw, I said, I was at work when I just during my lunch. I listened to that. I said, oh, then I share it on my page.
The video you share your brother in our video.
Okay, I didn't even watch. I did not listen to the. I'm not, no, let me
your brother in our video.
Because I didn't even watch it again.
So you didn't listen to it, right?
I listened to the father. That's all.
The first time that man was interviewed, he was interviewed on Spoon. Spoon Network carried the whole interview.
I listened to only the father. Once I listened to the father and he made references to the security and other people, I said, but this is credible, very, very credible. And I started to share it on my page. Now, when you started to talk, then I inboxed it. I didn't even go to the end. People don't have time to sit and watch video 40, 50 minutes. No, I don't. I listen to certain information, and once I come across it, what would I gain, or what would you take away from me if I say yes, I agree with Councillor Gongloe on this? Would I gain or would I lose something from you or from the public? No, because he has an impeccable and enviable character and record that anyone want to identify with him. So why would I want to reject him, Pew, for God's sake? Tell me. Tomalin George, for God's sake. Why would I want to run away from the character of Councillor Gongloe? I would rather go towards him. So don't make it be like, oh, my brother is a bad character. No, I want to even be like him. I want to be like him for people to respect me, that my words are credible. I want to establish that for the record. Don't say like, if I come here to make argument that Councillor Gongloe made, my hair will be high up and my shoulder will be high up.
Conclude.
And Pewee, do not defend me anymore. Because you didn't study mathematics, you study political science. You didn't study statistics, you study political science. So you don't need, we didn't sit in the same class.
I mean, anybody rendering pro bono, you can't fight them again.
No, you know, you got hit.
You know what? Like, I can say,
you ready?
I say, oh, I supported the mayor during the election. When they don't even have voting right in that district.
Yeah.
So they don't want to claim that I supported the mayor. But you didn't vote in the mayor district. That's on here.
Yeah, I'm coming.
You stay in class, you don't know my grade, nothing. Then you say I defended you. Don't defend me on mathematics and statistics.
Okay.
You know that, okay?
Okay, I agree with those that said you not.
Pewee, Gongloe, I told you. Listen, Gongloe, I told you when they start praising you, say you good, you did, they come hit you low. You remember?
Yep. No, but yeah, man, I've been through all this thing. There's no way
I knew you were coming when he said, I respect you. You are a good mathematician, you know math, you everything that he said, but you see, I knew I was coming.
Now, Papa, I respect you. Please take a shoot at that.
Ask your question, Gil, or Mr. Gil.
Yeah, no, but the question not to you, right? The question to those that took the same position and the police want to do
the question not to him.
He already done.
I'm making my last or a few sentences.
Go ahead.
Please, be done. I want to ask a question.
This case, the Unity Party-led government has turned this case into a political case. If the police is saying no probable cause, no this, if the police were serious, if the government was serious, you don't need to go to the United States because nobody knows what method they use to collect the sample from both the man and the girl. You could have gone stand right here, Ghana. Even Sarah don't got DNA machine. Only Liberia claim not to have DNA machine. And I thought Kehleboe Hospital used to do that because when they were doing paternity tests and all that stuff, Kehleboe Hospital used to do it. So now they say nothing like that in Liberia. So they could have gone right there in Ghana where they would just get on one flight. The lab technician that took the sample and said, okay, get a flight with maybe a police escort. They go right to Ghana, to Kehleboe Hospital, and they'll do it and come right by in 3 days time. Why they can't do it?
We have a video that just came into our studio and site from Grand Cru, where a man raped or had sexual relationship with his stepdaughter. The police, the Liberian National Police in Grand Cru, arrested him and tied him in Grand Cru as we speak. They just sent me the tape.
Before you play that video, let me ask my question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my question is going to those that say the police need to do the right thing. Mm-hmm. The police need to check, dot all the I's and cross all the T's. Granted. But how can the police dot all the I's and cross all the T's if the police cannot does not even have the rightful equipment to cross the T and dot the I? They don't have a DNA machine. But you're telling, we should be patient. They have to cross all the T and dot all of the I's when there is no DNA machine. Y'all help us understand how can we be patient and wait for them to do all of the rightful thing.
Great question. Let me make the announcement tomorrow. Honorable Sano will be back to continue this. And on Monday, Honorable Senator Darrell Dillon is going to be here. So we got those 2 days locked in. So guys, don't miss tomorrow and Monday. We are going to be on discussing national issues. Great. Now, let's go to the last topic here. Honorable Isaac Jackson. You know, we've been discussing Isaac Jackson. He held a position that Sano holds, and he was fiery. This man said so much about George Weah, President Weah at the time, that some people will say he has no moral to criticize anybody. But Jackson called for the Chief Justice to resign over nepotism. And it says here, October 8th, former Deputy Minister for Information for the Republic of Liberia, Anthony W. Jackson Jr. has called for the resignation of Chief Justice Yomi Gbese, accusing the country's top judicial officer of distorting and corrupting Liberia's law against nepotism. In a strongly worded statement posted on his verified Facebook page, Jackson said Chief Justice Gbese's decision to nominate his son, William B. Gbese, to a managerial position amounted to the most persuasive evidence that he is unfit to head the national judiciary. Well, your take on, let me start with Sarah here. Sarah, Jackson is coming out swinging against the Chief Justice for incompetence and corruption. He said he should resign. Your take?
Well, I think he's right. It's just that, you know, sometimes the way some of us, because I should put myself in there, some of us react to certain things, the words that come from out of our mouth, you know, is not dignified enough. But I think he's right. And when it comes to nepotism, I don't think I think that the Chief Justice was in error. He was in the, I mean, like, how do we rely on this man to settle a case of nepotism when he himself is practicing it or attempted to practice it? So I think Jackson is right. And with the kind of things that are going on now, we should be worried. We don't know whether even come 2029 or in other instances, whether this man will render judgment in a fair and balanced way with the kind of trend he's taking. So I think he's right about that. I mean, I concur with that, seriously.
Robert Garguah, the Supreme Court Chief Justice, where he came in office under a barrage of fire, under decisions he made that clouded the judicial space. And this one, nominating his son to the president, while the son is not even a lawyer. To some folks, according to his own writing and his interview, his son is a Liberian. He deserves to work, and he appointed him. And the president has the right to appoint whomever he wants, and the president appointed his son, and he sees nothing wrong with that.
Well, it depends on who you are speaking to about whether or not there's something wrong with that decision. You will get different answers. Those that are within the system, those that are beneficiaries of the system, those that are, insiders would never criticize this. They won't even term it as nepotism. I mean, let's just be clear. And so if you ask me, I think it is. Every Liberian deserves to work. Every Liberian. And so when you look at the unemployment rate in Liberia right now, I bet you even the father of the victim, this 14-year-old girl, I'm sure he wishes he had a qualified, well-paying job. Everyone wants to work. Every single Liberian including the Zogo boys. Why do you think the crime rate is at the level that it is right now? Because people are jobless. Why do you think government, politicians, and political parties are trucking folks to the airport to wait hours to work on political leaders? Because they're jobless. Why do you think the police have so much time on their hands to go and station themselves at a political party headquarters when the government have got nothing to do with it? Because they may be working for the police, they may have a job, but they don't have much to do. The country is 80% jobless. So everyone desire to work. The question is, had his father not been appointed Chief Justice, would he, on merits, be qualified for the job that was given him? And I think we know what that answer is. If I cannot, like, there's nothing wrong with having insiders. There's nothing wrong with connections. There's nothing wrong with recommendations. But it's different when the father is the one making that recommendation. It's different when the father, is the one saying, "That's my son. I want him to work." You know, I what I wish for in my lifetime, and we can save this for the record. What I wish for in my lifetime is that we have a country, and this is the reason why I'm very, very ecstatic that the president appointed director and deputy director generals of the Liberia National Tourism Authority, because I'm looking to see what needles are moved in that sector. Look, we've got to start being competitive in a very respectful way. And competition is not just when our brothers and our sisters and our fathers are insiders and they can call the president and say, "Oh, I want my son to be appointed." It's not when our mothers are presidents and they can appoint us. It can appoint us in strategic areas in government, like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did with her sons. It should be about. Do you think that there are not other qualified Liberians out there that can work that job? Can the father create a business for his son to run that business, and give the opportunity to another Liberian to work that job, who could possibly be who are possibly more qualified than he is? So I mean, this is the country, this is the system that we have embraced, which is the reason why I said the last time, even though I was a bit disappointed with Alice Cummings' choice of engaging a convicted felon. And I want to be clear. I've said that spoon is not the issue. I think the issue is, and this is what my good friend and brother Ben Sanvee and Tomalin and Talk and others, I think this is the point that they were pushing, that we cannot we cannot, stand or assert ourselves as moral voices when our clauses are, does not qualify us to be those voices. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can't talk about corruption in Liberia. You can't talk about theft in Liberia. You can't talk about being a con artist and everything else that, you can't talk about these things when you yourself, uh, you know, you know, you are what you are criticizing. You know what I'm saying? But I understand why he has to go on spoon. I understand why he has to go on spoon. And so the standard that we set, if we all Liberians are happy with the standard that, you know what I'm saying, like dignity, integrity, honesty, are not the standard, and that dishonesty, corruption, nepotism are the new standards, then me and you should not be held at a different standard. Then all of us must be held at the same standard if Liberians are okay with it. One person cannot be held at a higher standard while the others are rewarded for the things that we think is wrong with the country. So nepotism is an issue. Nepotism will continue to be an issue in my opinion. People will continue to make recommendations that are not based on merits, and institutions will continue to suffer because you do not have people that come with both academic and practical expertise in those areas. They don't have the knowledge to move the needle. They don't have the ideas to drive results, and essentially the country will continue to suffer. This is the issue. So, am I mad at him for doing it? No, other people would have done it too. That's the standard, right? So why not? I mean, let him knock himself out. After 6 years, the new crew's gonna come, and the new crew's gonna do what he's doing until the country falls. So everyone knocked themselves out.
Wow. Let me go to the chief here before I go to. Well, no, let me go to Johnny because Liberia, you will soon go off the air. Johnny, a few weeks ago, we were celebrating the Chief Justice when he said he was going to do credential audit on everybody in the judicial system who do not have, anyone who does not have the qualification, they will clear them off the payroll, and he was cleaning house. We got thousands of law school graduates unemployed. Why not some of those folks? Instead, he's hiring a man who is not even a graduate. He's in school. He's not even qualified. But put him in the rank of being a judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman. And I agree. I was one of those who was very excited because from my years of experience, interacting with the system of justice in Liberia, I've been worried about when will we clean up the system and make it accountable to the Liberian people. So when he spoke, where I was a little bit happy, not too sure because the history of our country will make good statements, and then when it comes to implementation, it becomes an issue. So I was excited that even he would have done what the law does not call for, right? Because, for example, he was trying to justify the law, say only the chief magistrate, the staffing area magistrate should be a law school graduate, or all other associate magistrates, can be anybody or whatever. But I would have thought that even though the law does not call for law school graduates at the very magisterial course, but he was asking for credential, so I was expecting quality to the extent that the law does not say you should be a law school graduate to be an associate magistrate, but he would have said, in my administration as Chief Justice, I'm going to ensure that all magisterial offices across the length and breadth of Liberia will have qualified law school graduates. That would not have taken anything away from him, and no law would have heard him for saying, why are you bringing law school graduates as associate magistrates? Right? That's my point. My brother, Robert, and I think he's speaking from a little bit of being downhearted from the way we set standards here. I know Robert in some of the way I hear him speaking, about issues like standards and quality. He's starting to deal like, well, that's Liberia. As much as we want quality, but is this what the Liberian people want a standard for leadership? Well, so be it. But I know deep down in Robert's mind, he is not happy for what we have as standard in terms of governance in the country. So yeah, nepotism is not something, nepotism come back from the Roman Catholic Church background, where a pope was accused by fellow cardinals and popes for bringing his nephew, into the system at a higher level. And so the background of nepotism has from Latin background, that link to nephew, that bringing a nephew to do some work. But if our laws, are not happy, or if our code of conduct for public officials does not allow us to do, or does not allow you to bring your family members or to play a role in recruiting or employing your family members where you have authority, then why should he do it? And I think he already slipped in. Let us so when I was listening to him, when he was in Lofa, when I saw he and George Sami, and to be very frank, Holiday is one lady I respect highly. I've worked with her in her place, our team went with her, and all the reports from our women's interaction in terms of judicial work in Lofa were all excellent. All the lawyers that work in that place, Councilor, the late Councilor Chisma, the late Councilor Babie, the current, Marco Jeke, all the lawyers that were deployed in our county to help people understand the judicial system. They spoke highly about women's intervention in cases that had to do with even poor people in Lofa and they were being involved. So when I saw him justifying that his nephew is, his son would be, his son was nominated by him to the president, and that the almost husband is in the government, the almost brother-in-law in the government. I thought that the old man, my brother, and Councilor Quick Bessie, did not do well. I think he slipped, and I really think that he should write something, to apologize to the Brand people and apologize to even the judge in Lofa for the way he interacted and engaged with her. And coming back to Samuel, so action to Sam Jackson, no, what that name? Arthur Jackson.
Arthur Jackson.
I think Arthur Jackson is a Liberian lawyer, and he has, he has his right to write, to make to express his opinion or his thoughts about judicial matters in the country. And if it makes sense, that by doing that, it requires you to be removed, I think that should be the case. I mean, we all want to have a standard in this country, a government of how I will live a standard and be accountable. If you slip and your slip is so grievous or gracious, where and so to the point that it will undermine the judicial system of Liberia, then the needful should be done, either asking him to resign or there should be a reason to have him reprimanded for what he did. However, his son declined the position. In fact, yeah, he resigned because the president already appointed him.
He didn't decline. He resigned.
He resigned. Yeah, he resigned because the president already appointed him, and so he named him up among those that were, declared appointed by the president. But I think the chief justice was an error on his part. I hope if the necessary thing is not done to remove him, he remains there. Let him use that as a guy to do better in the future because he will also create a dialogue. Was it Sarah that said something about how are we sure that this man now in the future cases, that future high profile cases, will be objective in passing decision? If he can probably say, and my son, if I nominate my son, I need to know law say, so if we are concerned, we are in the very tense political season in the bureau. We're not waiting for 2029. As of the day election ended, President Baka took over, the tension began to rise in the country. So I expect all our national leaders to be conscious of their duty and perform within the context of their statutory mandate. Take the politics out in their function. Let the party officials do the politics. If you're a CDC person, you're in government, forget about talking private party business. If you're a UP person, you're in government, forget about UP business. Do your government job. Let the party people speak on party issues to defend their party. So I think the old man slipped, and that's my view. I think he slipped, and he should try to either apologize to the public and try to move forward with doing the best thing, the best and better thing for Liberian people when it comes to judicial acts.
Thank you, Chief Tomalin George. The reason that this thing is so critical is when the Chief Justice came in. You know how he came in. People were very circumspect about his appointment when he abstained from his own decision that he made in the Supreme Court, and the president went and promoted him above everybody else. And then on the other hand, we had Josiah Joker came and did the same thing. Josiah Joker said, I'm going to clean house. If you belong to any political party and you criticize government or the president in your private capacity on social media, you all are fired. And then it turned out that he himself has said so many things against the president and so forth. So here we are, we got tons of law school graduates that needs job. And this president, this Chief Justice, not only did he nominate his son, but tried to justify that the president has the right to appoint whomever he chooses, irrespective of him doing his own credential audit in the system. I mean, what do you think?
First of all,
Chief, I'm sorry, just 1 second. Thank you, guys. I'm starting a meeting in 2 minutes, so I want to say thank you. I'll be with you again tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you. Good night.
Right, take care.
Yeah. The first thing about this guy, Yami Gbese, I don't know whoever recommended him to President we have to nominate him on the bench.
President Bouakai, you mean? President Bouakai?
No, he was nominated on the bench by from CDC put him on the bench.
That President, we are nominating on the bench.
Whoever recommended.
You mean on the bench? On the bench.
Whoever recommended to go on the bench to the president, you don't blame the president for that because they receive recommendation. That's why it's important to always seek the advice and consult of the National Bar. But whoever recommended this man to President we had to put him on the bench, he never did the country justice. Because this man, he has been involved in lot of corruption cases prior to this. He been in Brown. In fact, there was a time that I think for a whole month, Costa was having his name, but Yami Gbese, they may involved in some kind of case.
Tomle, do you show?
Let me finish now. The man has been involved in a lot of cases. Okay? So when President Baka even put him nominating to go on as Chief Justice, I want those who were very critical because I knew that the Supreme Court they have reached a point where they won't go nowhere. So with him, I never had no faith in him. But again, he was put there because, like people said, he took a position in the Kofa case. Then few weeks he somersaulted, so you know that he's a conflicted guy. The first thing, so about him. So and then while on the floor, because they have a put a talk on the show here. So let me while on the floor, let me take advantage of my 2 minutes or what I got. The issue about that issue about him being nominating his son and his son resigning, the President Baga, was obvious. He never did. He wasn't right. But so you were under pressure to do it. But he came in by his NA. That was wrong. I don't care what people say was wrong. But while on the floor, today the justice in Chimba, okay, Nyenwolo Colley, after they admitted that the victim, the people that in jail were tortured. They were tortured. They admitted that the people were tortured. They agreed the people were tortured. But he sat today and gave a blow to the defense to cover them. And now it's just, I don't understand. If they bring the justice system in our country now into a critical position. Just we've experienced in America today. In America, the Supreme Court here now, they are emboldening Donald Trump. They gave him a lot of power, but tomorrow they will come out to hunt them. But that's for another day. So what Justice Colley did today, I don't think was fair. And then also while on the floor, you got the CSA boss, Joker, he and Garguah, they are going at it now because they tell at the IMF one of them said the payroll 3,775. Another report say 1,530 now. So there's a variance there. What happened there? Who's telling the truth? So the first one is right there. That's a problem. And lastly, let me say this. I want to say, we have said that CDC will have a new headquarters. In my believing, information I got is that it's true that CDC will have a new headquarters. They will have the resources to build a headquarters. And because in Liberia, when it's a ruling party and an opposition party, businesses, what they do, they support both parties. Because they always know that one of the party will be the ruling party tomorrow. So, but they won't tell the ruling party what they're doing for the other party because they know very well that, and it'll be anonymous because they want to make sure that look, when you're in your dark days, whatever you're, we forget y'all. So, and like when Kofa said, people supporting it, of course, both of you supporting it. You know why? Some of them know that tomorrow cities will be the ruling party, and they'll say at least during our dark days, Kehleboe's two of us. Yeah, he's two of us. So all that things see happening is possible. And last, let me go to Nima Kante. Nima Kante is about to explode.
The person who brings the information is probably part of the fundraising.
Hey, your business. Nima Kante is about to explode. They're about to explode. Nima Kante, you got the sitting vice president. He got to contend with for the PYJ school. First of all, that's a problem. It will sit down and let PYJ school just go into ruin with all no legacy. They'll come out to hunt them. You got Koga on the other side. You got Nyenwolo on the other side. And you got Musa Bello on the other side. Now, had Jeremiah supported Musa for speaker and supported Madam Gongloe for senator, and then basically he would have been having that grip on the country today. You see, we have been the most powerful man in Nima today. But with all of this happening, Musa, say what you want to say, but Musa he's proving something in Nima. He's showing up in Nima. He's getting stronger there. Okay? And then you got Madam Gongloe where people talk about time election, oh, she's going to come out of America and say, now, the woman now is the asking question now, when the woman going back? When she doing the woman have gotten more stronger in Nima now, and she got in her base. And like he said to me, he said, there are certain districts, even when prisoners are living, about 5 districts, there's no way they could be the woman in the district. He said prisoners brand, but every time he brand or whatever he support, no matter where on the ballot, also she won this district. So that's something that they just are giving up. Just like in America, you got some state there that Republican will never win there, they will not win even Democrat. That's what's happening. So right now, you watch Nima Kante. Nima may not be a factor in 2029 if they continue this trend continue. So I mean, you can win the presidency, we're all winning Nima Kante, you don't care. If you're looking at either McGibby Bong and maybe Basso to decide election. So I just want to see these things. These are things that are being on my mind, chopped my mind. So let us pay attention to it. Imagine in 2025, we're already talking about 2029. It will get serious. It will get nasty. So we get ready. Well, I can tell you, end of the day, I will be on the winning side. I submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable Pewee.
Why you didn't ask him, man, what the winning side? Then you let him go.
The winning side, when you see the green light,
maybe the winning side of CMC. You don't know.
That's why you are frozen, because I didn't call you. Pewee, the Chief Justice came in. We all were here. We praised him. He said he was going to do credential audit, and everybody should have the credential to law and everything else.
That's a joke.
And then all of a sudden, he is saying, I mean, Ellen Johnson said, we said, with the kind of unemployment and quality people that we have, one family should not benefit all the joy. Even if all your children got PhD, at least you should say, okay, you know. But if you say, well, if I had 10 kids and they're all qualified, they will all take the job and everybody else can go behind. This is where we are with this Chief Justice here. We got all the law school graduates that don't have jobs. And he said the president has the right to nominate whomever he wants. That's his constitutional duty. He can do that. So my son can take the job. I mean, the optic, even you, Honorable Pewee, over there, if you were to get vacation job and your 3 children, they on there, you would say, you know what, it will look bad ethically, optically it will look bad. Let me do something else. But it looks like we don't have that standard anymore. What's going on?
Yes, I'm not sure more quickly before I can get to that. If I were given the job, it was a family heritage, family company. Yet my conscience wouldn't beat me if I were to give it to all of my children, right? That's a family proprietorship things we're running that. But this is a government, and they were quickly sharply. Now, I agree with him when he said that the president of the republic got the right to appoint. That is Article 54 of our Constitution.
That's correct.
Yeah, I agree with him from that perspective. But again, the president cannot appoint incompetent people or unqualified people, if you will. Now, to be a magistrate or associate magistrate, there was a time the UNDP came up with this system of reforming the judiciary of our country. And you see, many times we don't pay attention. They train people for 2 years for the special magistrate class. People went to that training because they felt at the time to wait for people to go to the law school and graduate. No. So the government, in collaboration with the same security sector and the judicial reform, the UNDP pumped a lot of money in training magistrates. Most of our country, even the current Ben Bako, now he went to the law school, graduate. Ben Bako and the rest of the folks went to that program. Most of my comrades that we all graduated together from the University of Liberia at the time went also to say a program because they wanted to go directly to the judiciary. That was a springboard for them to go to the law school, but go do the first 2 years and get trained as magistrate, because we had shortage of magistrate and associate magistrate to be deployed across the country. So the best way forward to have people train in the system in the judiciary, they introduce a program. His son falls short of that program also. He's not qualified of that. He will stay in the law school. He went directly, stay in the law school. So you cannot appoint your son to that position. But, and that's what sometimes I say here. Yami, basically, if you follow his entire line, he's one of the corrupt associate justice of our history.
Why you telling me?
And I knew.
Listen. Gongloe.
Then we say something.
But then we go over the rule that you gotta let the man land, then you can come and report.
And that's one of the problems I don't really like about our body politics. The Nigerians just one way good it should be for them. When you criticize one of them, all of them will come out like they say the ends coming from the hole, right? I mean, it's just quite unfortunate that they want it always in their favor. Today, you see the vibrant, they get it, they should promote that. If you talk about one of them, ain't no small ends already can pull off from the hole. When you hit, then they will come out that way. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Pewee, we say, you go Nimba, yes. We say one from Nimba, it can't spoil, it can be bad.
Yeah, it can spoil. But again,
this is what it is.
You will listen, but this is running as a
Mr. Gayman learned something new today.
This is running as a sharp contradiction. If you spoke about Kun this way, Kehleboe will clap for you. But now he went to Yami Bese, he's uncomfortable.
Nervous.
When Timothy started, he was very nervous. In Akon, he will celebrate you. He will celebrate you. And this is the side of this. Listen, go back and do some investigation. That's like one of the best ever guest houses you have in our place. Find out how he got it first and foremost. Find the whole thing out how he got out there, how he developed that place and all those things. His son listen, you gotta be very clear here. He's one of the allegedly corrupt judicial element ever that has existed.
At least put a alleged and put a hand on that small.
Yeah, that's what I'm going back to the alleged, right?
Yeah.
I out there.
With emphasis.
I will say this. And the last time Mr. Gongloe and myself disagreed, certain thing here we were saying about, I can always for me, I can balance it. When it came to some things happening in the country before, he will hit other people. But listen, part of the problem of our country, tumultuous history of devastating and cataclysmic civil crisis. Nima Kante contributed a lot to that, to the destabilization of Liberia. But they don't want us to say that aspect of it. They want to hit other side and hit other side and hit. We have to be very clear. If we don't go back to history, we're not correct what we had it. We have to be very frank of that. You have a Chief Justice that is allegedly notoriously corrupt and trying to be nepotistic, and you have someone that can come and speak.
I think President Agma has turned to enter Nima's show now.
Right? So we have to be clear here to state that if this Chief Justice, and to be frank that he's wrong, that he found that his son is resigning. You know why his son resigned? His incompetent son is resigning because he doesn't fit the place to be where he is. It's not all good. We will say some commendable things. If the people of Nimba did this or anybody, I will come out and say those things. But we have to be clear enough to say, hey, where the problem started from. You think we will all just shift the blame on Prince Johnson before? No, not Prince Johnson alone, or shift the blame on Samuel Doe. No. And that's why so that I can balance to this. Mr. Gayman, you should not come and say this, you say this. We have to go back deep in the history of Liberia. And that's one of the reasons why we have to be mindful as to how certain things are unfolding. The reason why they put game against Samuel Doe at the time, they said Samuel Doe was involved in marginalization and nepotism. But he is telling us now, if we were to get the country back to that direction, marginalization and nepotism will be the hallmark of the activity of the time. Look at what the teachers is doing. You brought an incompetent son to make associate magistrate, blatant and incompetent. Then someone is on the show that will speak equity all the time, want to defend that. Listen, we ought to be very frank here and very clear. It's not about coming on a vacation show. Okay, I will leave the thing when the thing will come to just defend my interest, man. No one can. And listen, and that's part of the reason they say we from Lofa we're very quiet, and we're no longer going to be quiet in the space of us. We're going to speak truth to power. That Chief Justice, you understand that he violated the laws of our country and didn't do the right thing. Isaac Jackson is right. Anthony, Isaac Jackson is correct on this one. To be very frank, you should uphold the higher judicial ethical standard. Now, listen, Marco Jam and then the consular Marcos, what was the consular that was that contested the election then? That was the Supreme Court suspended him for many years. I don't think he probably in the country.
I think it was Jones.
Jones.
Marco Jones.
Jerome, I think I will end soon. The bench of the late Chief Justice suspended Councillor Marco Jones for not upholding ethical standards. They suspended him. You know what he did? He ate lawyer money. I mean, he client money.
Yes, you're right, Pewee.
He ate a client money just like that. The Supreme Court disbarred him. Today, that man, I don't know, he said living or so, I don't know the history about that, but today that man started struggling. That was one of the reputable law in our country. The Supreme Court disbarred him because of that. And it was a standard Supreme Court we saw at the time. Today you have one Chief Justice, and it's not about our kind of politics. If it's from my tribe, I will uphold you. Now,
speak, Pewee, speak.
He will say he will criticize everybody. But you know why he's not jittery now here? Because they made for Nima Kane. They are going Nima Yazi. They are going Nima Yazi. No, we cannot stand all the time. If that's the problem, we should stay part of the problem, and that's why the country is headed nowhere.
You to speak with you before.
This is the man that said to us that the whole case about our former speaker was a characterization of misjustice in the country. But in no time he came, he changed. Then he came, he said his son, he said this. You think when serious things happening to borrow the country peace, you think we'll have anything wrong? And that's how war can come about. When people attack the Samuel Doe regime at the time, they crown people, they say all those things, and they champion it at the time. Why do you think they set the conduit for war to come through their country, to come to change the country? Because they felt they were marginalized. Then do you want to come down and marginalize other people? You're not creating the room for those things? No, we're not going to allow that happen. We can be friends. But
you progressive.
I will rest on that one.
Thank you.
You progressive. You progressive.
The new progressive.
I beg you.
You progressive.
He's on fire. This one he's right.
You know what happened? You know
when it's all long.
what people say, but honest, you know.
But Pewee is right though.
What's happening in the
Tomalin. Tomalin, I beg you, man. Tomalin, I beg you, man. Let me give my uncle the accolade, man. My uncle has spoken, and my duty as a nephew is to really praise my uncle, man. Big yo.
Let my uncle talk to now from Bassa. Go ahead, talk, man. My uncle talk. My nephew, go ahead, talk.
Mr. Gayman.
Listen,
get the response now.
My nephew talking. Go ahead, Tomalin.
You know what people just said on a serious note, right? Had it been the Johnny Lewis bench, all these things happened though. At this time, right? What happened in that case with Kofa there? With Kofa, it wouldn't happen. Johnny Lewis bench say what you want to say about Johnny Lewis, but he was an upbred lawyer. He was somebody who will not compromise the Constitution when it comes to the law. And lastly, if Liberia end up with a new president in 2029, that president will ask the entire bench to resign. They might do what those did to Baraz's bench.
That's an assumption.
No,
you are assuming that who will become president,
that whole bench will resign.
Can I ask you?
No, but we coming to you next. You gotta get him in chance
next. When Doe got elected, Doe asked by the bench.
Follow the rules, guys. Follow the rules.
To resign. They want to. Doe said he requested the Baraz's bench to resign, and they all resigned. He appointed a new Supreme Court bench. Because that president bench, just imagine now, before Boga leaves office, about 2029, Boga will appoint all five of the
all five of them will be appointed by him. Yep.
All be appointed by him. So you think that particular bench will do the country justice? No. Who will become president? If that person is a new president, well, once it's not the present president, you should ask that bench to resign. Seriously, or else our judicial will continue to just go down. So start defending playing the trouble thing there. Because right now, that man, he should be our chief justice either. Let me friend right now. Seriously,
Mr. Gongloe.
NSC are going to resign.
Mr. Gongloe.
Yes.
In this case, the Chief Justice came in on a hard note. You were here, we discussed this. He was doing his judicial audit that everybody should be qualified within the law. So he set that standard, and we said, no business as usual. And what he did is even worse than where he began. Your take on this?
All right, Gilman, there is a culture in our country. In Liberia, leaders are never wrong, which is very sad. You're saying, town without number, the Bwaka Executive Mansion has made appointment, withdrawn appointment, made appointment, withdrawn appointment, even nominated and withdrawn over and over. In fact, there are cases where Bwaka has made appointment and the person has gone to take seat and the other people fight the person. Bwaka, they'll put the person on. He's not in control. The recent case, the National Identification Registry, he appointed the executive director for administration.
But what that has to do with this kid? We're talking about this kid now.
I'm setting my premise. In defense of the Chief Justice the Chief Justice said he does not have the appointing power. It is the President of the Republic of Liberia, and neo-progressive Sylvester Pewee, whom I respect, also agree with the Chief Justice. Okay? It's not a Liberian culture where you say respect the person, you come down low. It's not what I'm doing here. He agrees with the Chief Justice argument on that. Okay? But he disagrees on the appearance of nepotism because of his son. But
no. He didn't say that. He said he was incompetent. That's the key word. Incompetent.
I don't have to use Pewee words.
No, but if you're going to quote Pewee, you got to quote it verbatim.
Okay, I was not quoting
incompetent and unqualified.
That's correct.
I was not quoting him. I was paraphrasing my understanding of what he said.
But incompetent is not an insult, though.
No, he just not qualified.
But Mr. Gayman, the Chief Justice is the one that took the appointment to the president.
That's correct.
He was supposed to appoint my son.
The Chief Justice does not appoint her.
Yeah, but the recommendation he went to appoint my son. I would do that for you.
Mr. Gongloe, you're being very dishonest here now.
He was very dishonest. Now he said, I'll do this for you.
Oh, yeah.
No, but
I don't think conspiratorial. There's no conspiracy. There's no conspiracy, man.
No. People, you gotta say nothing. Honorable Gongloe, you've been very dishonest here. If Pewee and we are colleagues here. If I made a strong recommendation to him, he will most likely look at my recommendation before he looks at somebody else because we have a relationship.
Most definitely.
Okay. You know, Gayman, I'll talk to you so many times.
Because I'll be expecting a sitting from you too tomorrow.
Of course.
Anytime ready to talk, there can be so many interruptions.
Because you try to curve yourself into a pretzel. You're like a donut now. You're like a round donut. You're doing like this all that.
Can I end one sentence, please?
Go ahead.
Let a brother finish, my people.
So, in context, and on the side of the Chief Justice, I'm not a spokesman of the judiciary. Let me be clear on that.
Oh, no.
But in context, the Chief Justice said the president has the appointing power. Tomalin George agreed with him. Sylvester Pewee agreed with him. Everybody agreed with him that yes, under our law, the Constitution, the president has the appointing power. In fact, in previous governments, which I'm not sure President Bouaka is practicing that, when it came to the judiciary, they will refer to the National Bar Association to make recommendation. If they have one position vacant, they'll say bring 5 names, and we'll choose among the 5 who won. Okay? It means that person is vetted by their peers professionally and say, you are the person who won. And the president makes that free choice of one person. So that goes to say the Chief Justice can even go there with a list. I'm sure the appointment was so long. So it was a long list. Let's say as soon before admitting that he made all those recommendations, right? President Bouaka and his team, his secretary, I'm not sure the Jack carry anybody with a name and say appoint. They'll say, well, the person resume. What is the person qualification? Except here, we are all concluding that the Bouaka executive marshal is so incompetent that any recommendation that comes, they don't even ask for the CV, they don't ask for the person education record, they don't ask for the person even police clearance, particularly when you have been appointed to a judgeship in the judiciary, they don't ask for none of that.
So you are telling me because Joseph Bouaka wouldn't do what he's going to do, so Ogbese is right?
Because we don't even know whether he recommended the person.
The man said it. I mean, it said it.
He said it.
Yes. Yes.
You know, Gongloe is just trying to defend the thing because it's never neighbor.
You can't do that here, Mr. Gongloe.
Unfortunately.
Okay, I must admit, the one that I listened to him talking.
There you go.
He did not say he made a recommendation.
No, he did, Mr. Gongloe. He said it.
He
said it was in Lofa. It was in Lofa.
He didn't hear that one. He said he didn't. I got Gongloe said
it was in Lofa.
He said it was he here.
I like to be honest.
No.
We listened to the same thing, but you would have heard the one
Chief Justice went to Lofa.
Why
he went to Lofa. In fact, he even said when the issue came about, because the lady in Lofa is the president for the Federal Georgia Association. So when our statement came from there, he said, okay, fine, I'm saying I'm going to Lofa for this event. The people going to talk to Google now. He said, open it. So when he went to Lofa after all the event, he went to court. He was sitting in the court and sitting in the seat as judge of the circuit court in Bonjama, while the circuit judge, Judge Sami, was sitting on the side.
Yes.
And he raised the issue. He even asked. He asked, we have journalists
to do that.
Yeah, no, he asked, we have journalists here. He said, yes, that's fine, journalists come. I want to be very clear. And that's how he made it thing clear. He said, I nominated my son, right? And the president appointed him. What wrong with that? And next thing he said, in fact, the lady had her husband as the minister, and the lady husband brother is part of the government commission. He made all the revelations there. You understand? From that point myself, I felt like he had just slipped off the complete track. He went off. And Pewee point he made today, the Pewee spoke as a real new progressive today. So, Uncle, I got a cola for you, Uncle. I got a cola.
Thank you.
You can get you a scholar.
Gongloe, you can go ahead and land so I can go to Mr. Gay.
In fairness, this is a colossal failure of the Bwaka Executive Marshal.
Listen, man.
Bwaka Executive Marshal a point pro over vetting.
Okay, thank you. Listen, guys, the Pontius Pilate kind of I'll tell you that. Listen, I gave you the cross, I gave you the nail, I gave you where you can hang you and all that, but you nailed him to the cross. I didn't kill him. I would have gave you the nail, I would have gave you the cross, I would have gave you the place to hang him. That's good. Mr. Gay, are you going with a Pontius Pilate? I gave everything, but I didn't kill him.
No. So I many of time, me and Pewee don't see eye to eye on national issues. I want to commend him tonight for the courage he exhibited to have said what he said tonight. But Pewee, I want to also encourage you with the same courage that you exhibited tonight, that you should also exhibit that same courage when it comes to Lofa County, the amount of people from Lofa County appointed in this administration. And the Constitution says the cabinet of the president should resemble the country. You understand? So, much as I disagree with you on many issues tonight, I'm on board with what you said. So I'm not going to reiterate what you already said. I personally don't know this Chief Justice, but there is a pattern here. I saw that pattern with the House of Representatives impasse, where he flip-flopped, and then subsequently, a certain Chief Justice cannot say that my son, I nominated him, and so what? That neglectful statement and disrespect of the rule of law in itself, it should scare anybody. If 2029 that the Supreme Court is supposed to decide the general election, we are in serious trouble.
2029, how far your job we have from there?
It is the Supreme Court that is to decide who wins the election. Then forget it.
Okay.
Then forget it. Because by 2029, President Bwaka will have appointed all the 5 justices on the bench. So this behavior of this man, those of you who are in the legal field, you guys will start putting yourself together now and find a way to get this man out of here. Because this man, he have demonstrated to the nation that he is now an independent legal mind. He has already taken a side. He has been compromised.
Thank you. Let me start with Honorable Pewee on this one.
But when Honorable Pewee will be talking,
no,
you
but
went around and tell me
we started a new case though.
Oh.
We start. Okay, we'll start that one with you. Say you want to. Okay. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this one, I printed it. I wanted to close on this, so we can't be biased. Justice Wolokoli denied former Speaker Kofa and co-defendant motion to suppress evidence. This case, the defendant said they were tortured. And the medical science, the evidence, the DNA, whatever they use, justify that they were tortured. Everything that is said under duress should never be used in the court of law to persecute them. But Justice Wolokoli is saying even though they were beaten, they were tortured, the confession that they gave under duress should be set into evidence. Sarah, I don't know what to say, but this, before you go, it brings me back to what Abu said here about 3 months ago. Abu said we have wrestled the Senate.
Yeah.
We have wrestled the House away.
Yeah.
We are now going to take over the judiciary, and in 2026, we are going to replace the NEC director. He said it is a wrap. That was one of the last thing he said here before he left.
Who?
Abu.
Today, we are seeing a case where the court, the hospital, the evidence proved that these people were tortured.
Yep.
They confessed under duress. That evidence should be thrown out. Justice Wolokoli said they should admit that evidence. I may not be a lawyer, but I know anything, any confession under torture and duress should not be admissible in the court of law. Your take, Sarah, before I go to Pewee.
Well, you know, at this point, every Liberian in Liberia should be sitting down and thinking twice about everything that is going on in our country from the beginning of this case up to now and other cases. It will be a wrap if we are not careful. If we don't stand up, it will be a wrap for United Party come 2029. Just 2 days ago, Abu and myself were talking. You were telling me, I told you, I said, Abu, you tell me that nonsense, I will recall you. You thought I was joking. He said 2029 was still the election for you, and you can't do anything about it. So I said, for real? He said, yeah. I said, but we already know. Liberia should open their eyes. This is serious. Our country have come a long way with regards to our peace. If you are not doing a damn thing for the Liberian people and they vote you out, pack your butt, wipe your butt, and go sit down. Don't create a problem for the country. And this is where we are going. If you have a judiciary that is coerced, you have an executive, you have everybody, all of them rap. Where are we going? Nothing we will say they will do. So we have to open our eyes. We have to get the international community to listen to some of these things so that they can be a viable witness. Because when that time comes, we will tell them, say, we told you, this is what the people are doing. They won't bring war into our country. They won't bring chaos into our country. You're here. If you know the case from the hospital, it has been proven that these people were under duress, and you, the justices, already know about it. Then you'll come back to say something else. Where are we going? Who can we go to for justice? The little girl, same thing we're talking about, 14-year-old girl, I was saying, that girl will never get justice in Liberia. I don't care what we do. They will even get DNA tests to come and prove it. They will turn it around to something else. This is the country we have. And all of these things put curse on our country. It puts curse on our country. It makes our country look bad. We are not going anywhere. Generations to come will fall in the same trap except to stand up. Except to stand up. I'm sorry. But this is what we have. We all have to put our brain together, work around something to see what we can do to save our country. That's all I have to say.
Let me go to Honorable Pewee. Honorable Pewee, this one, I don't know how we going to do this, but Justice Wolokoli denies the challenge to the evidence, and she said it should be submitted and it should be presented to the jury. Let them decide. This is a strange one. Never heard it before, but that's a ruling.
All right.
You know, and that's one of the reasons why we all have to be very. And I listen sometimes in the powerful country, and that these are countries we set as an exemplary, as one of our preacher men would say. But these are the bacon of democracy, if you will. If the best way to trample on those tyranny is to fight back at those things and try to correct course. If we don't do the needful, trust me, we're going to be consumed, and that means if we cannot defend those that are defenseless, then we are worthless also. It is important moving forward that major opposition institution we have to be very, very much to the line to defend the country democracy. And what I suspect that most of the justices we have, and it is a difficult thing, and we see it happen right on our nose now, and it happened all over the world. But again, when it's happening like here, you see other people are fighting back, and when they fight back, they bring about this issue about check and balance, and they fear out, and they twat sometimes potential damage, and that's how you do it. But what I'm seeing, the justice in Chambers is doing what she's doing probably because of some pressure, if you will. And who is expected not to come out? And that's one of the reasons. If the opposition community remains adamant, completely adamant, and insensitive towards what is happening in the country, you will further embolden those that are doing it to increase the appetite to do more. So how do you go about that? By decreasing the appetite or diluting it or putting halt to it is by speaking up vehemently. At a certain point in time, even showing it by a level of protestation. The Constitution of our country gave Article 15 to also do those things. So I call on them to begin the process of being visible. They have to be visible. If other people did it before. Now listen, the pattern we used 1990 to go to Libya, Burkina Faso, and come in with insurrection, that pattern can never hold again. But the pattern that is on now is the pattern of resisting the tendency of those that are coming to oppress the freedom of the people. That's the pattern. And collectively, we can do that.
Yeah.
We can do that by expressing our grievances. We can do that by coming on and protesting. Different kind of a protestation matters a lot. And we can do that by mobilizing and amalgamating forces from all angles of the country political sphere. To ensure that we don't vote for the people next time because they will do that. You can do that by mobilizing the people and trying to electrify them, bring the euphoria back in them, and build that team as a game. That's the only way you can do it. And that's one of the reasons we all have to be engaged. Mr. Gayman will have to leave his comfort zone in Miami, Florida, and leave all of the Kosu and the Nectar, and so now move back to a single village home.
And move back to Grand Bassa.
Move back to Tingle Village home or Grand Bassa County, get on a Hammer Jeep and move into compound number 4. Because if we don't do this to set the kind of example, and there's going to be no change. So it's, what is happening now? If we don't, some people kind of tell, why you think Mr. Boakai and the Unity Party said there will be no Liberia if we are to cheat in the elections? They did that because they were testing what they were trying to show to the government that we would do this at the end of the thing.
Right.
We was a very good leader. We are in temple of the democracy. We have said, okay, I didn't took the call graciously and placed a call to the president. He conceded. Now, if you saw anything that is nearing, that's the beginning of the stealing of the election campaign or not, start voicing up. Mr. Taylor said some things and I take note of. And I'm a good student of history, so that's why I remind people moving forward. Mr. Taylor said, the angel in heaven wouldn't protect G. Harry Andrew if the 1997 election was tampered with. Do you know the reason he said those things? And the same thing Boakai did to the CDC. He said there will be no Liberia if they cheated. And I haven't heard nothing from the CDC. Everything about the CDC, they romanticizing things. Like they pretty know this thing. It's not about child playing with the mama breast. No. This is not the case now. This is politics. Right? This is politics. If they will tell you there will be no Liberia, they meant it. So why are you doing to tell them, don't dare try? Don't target our people? Why the mechanism deployed by you in a non-violent approach to send the warning signal to them as a caveat to say you have to disengage. The country will have to move on in the democratic pattern. It is a democracy. The multi-partyism and the democratization we spoke of, it don't have to be interrupted or diluted by anybody quite to bring us down in terms of marginalizing certain group of people. That's one of the reasons why we say if those people yesterday said this thing and they want to come and teach it, we're going to speak against it. So we have to be collective, very collective in this question, Mr. Gayman. You withdraw us. We always say you are using the microphone. And the way to do it is to use the microphone, not the bullet. If we appropriately use the microphone, we can thwart the bullet. And we can thwart potential threat to anyone trying to rig the coming elections or stop us from doing what we should do. You don't muscle democracy or the judicial process by trying to put other people using to weaponize the judiciary to get them to be silent. That's another way they can get you silent.
Yeah.
Weaponize the judiciary and they oppress you, and where you have to say this, you only say it. Then they move the winning election, and the next thing will be history. Oh, the poor one, and don't forget, for next election, 2035. Come on. So, Gayman will be how many years with 2035?
101. Mr. Gongloe, let me go to Mr. Gongloe. Mr. Gongloe, I was just looking at the United States Constitution 5th Amendment, and it speaks against self-incrimination that any confession, involuntary confession, including torture, cannot be used is not permissible in the court of law.
Yes, that's true. But Gayman, I will say this. We are in a Donald Trump war era. So there is tendency for people to go to the stream in other parts of the world, knowing that there's no more a moral world leader like the United States to hold you accountable. I see that's what is happening. And I think sometimes in anger, when I see what's going on in my country, not that CDC was any better, but I would have rather CDC last 6 years so they don't contest anymore than to have another failed leadership for another 12 years or the possibility of another 12 years. So they give up power, they abandon their responsibility to lead. Every single thing that CDC thought was unlawful, they will not do. It's been done now. And even to them, I foresee Funatikova losing the seat. There will be by-election in Grand Cru. I foresee by-election in Newcruton. I foresee by-election in Lockington. I foresee by-election in Grand Gila, where the other guy is from. I foresee by-election coming. I think this government is determined to have them convicted, sentenced to jail, whether it's 2 years or 3 years, and that's what will happen. They are going to use power to do it. Liberia is now a country where Liberia is not a progressive country. Liberia is a country where the people are carpet beggars. They complain behind the door. They don't complain in front of the door. During Charles Taylor time, I was very active. We were working. I was doing a whole lot of stuff that I can't even talk so publicly in terms of the advocacy what we're doing both at the university and in the human rights community. Liberians are afraid. Not all of them. There are many things that are happening. I really thought after the Civil War, Liberians would fear no death anymore. Because if you saw your friend, your family, your daughter, your brother, your sister, your nephew being killed without reason, life should become meaningless to you. That you will stand up for what you believe in, even if it means your death. But Liberians still scared. They are still afraid. There are many infractions of the law that have happened, both under the CDC and the Unity Party government, that I really thought people would have just have to sit in. Like we talk about auditing the legislature in our mouth. It's just a talking point. Sometimes that's why I'm weak actually to come on platform to talk. Because behind the scene, I call a couple of political actors. I say, listen, we really want the legislature to be audited. What? Is it not possible to even find 10,000 committed people that go and enter the Capitol building first and say, we are not leaving. We are having an unearning sit-in action. We sleep here. We definitely sit in the yard, send their men of grass there. We definitely sit here. We sleep here. When rain comes, we'll go around the building until you announce an audit and it's commissioned. From 2018 to this period, if you don't do that, we're not leaving. If you do that, the legislature will be audited. But you don't have Liberians committed to do that. So we'll come on the platform, we talk, they're talking sharp thing. I'm not part of it. This is what I have argued. People are saying, we can't do the child state of starting. I agree. But there is a Burkina Faso star also, which is quite surgical and specific. And it's quick results. The situation we are in Liberia, I've argued on many platforms, Liberia is headed to Haiti slowly if we don't take precaution on our nation.
Yes, I agree with that. Haiti.
The increasing level of poverty, the increasing number of despondent citizens, the level of suffering in the country, in the homeless, in the villages,
the level of drugs.
Forget about the drugs. It's alarming. It's unacceptable. A very wealthy country. Okay? So, and I will end on this. When I look at somebody 4 days ago, someone and I were just debating. And the person said to me, Gongloe, imagine. Just blink your eye and look in the view mirror. The names are coming up. Who had the war chest money to become president of Liberia? Name them. That person, not me though. Name Snow, Prince Moïse, Kun, Jeremiah Kun, Musa. He named them. And said, please tell me, do you think they can reform the country? Do you think they can really change the path, the history of Liberia? So it was a big question. And this is why I have argued. I'm not calling for violence, but I think a radical revolutionary, whether it's military intervention in the political process, is necessary. And there's a reason why I argue that. Because the level of theft of public property, money, that people have stolen in the country, because people who have stolen the most money are way advanced to run for president over Garguah, who may have a very good idea to change the country, but he doesn't have the stolen money because he never had access to the money.
You're right.
So if you put Garguah and Jeremiah Kun here, or Ellen Snow here, or Prince Moïse here and say you're running race with money, there will be 1 million man ahead of Garguah. Before you take one step, they are taking 1 million steps because their money is in millions of dollars. And they didn't.
It tell you, Rawa, bro. What are you talking to?
Rawa,
but at least one time,
they say you can line up a few dollars you have and go from your outside.
Are you a millionaire?
I'm sorry?
Are you a millionaire?
Yes.
No, I'm asking Rawa.
In his mind. In his mind.
In cash. Are you a millionaire? I'm talking about people who have uncontested wealth.
Man, the nigga has solid cash. I'm telling you.
Listen, I'm not a millionaire.
Rabba Garguah.
So Rabba,
let's go. We gotta close. It's almost 9 o'clock.
I'll soon end. Rabba, let me ask.
No, I want you to end. Don't tell me you.
No, I'll end because Tomlin George is putting Rabba Garguah to be on par with these guys. Robert, if you
money, government money.
Cannot end. Robert, if you Snow or Prince Moïse, Jeremiah Kun, about you, a star competition, race, the money they have, will they be ahead of you or you'll be at the same level?
Oh. Robert will pass all of that.
Let me answer this. No. Let me answer this question.
Robert.
If I were to contest, for me personally, I will not. The money is important, but I think that even if I don't have the cash in the bank, I think I can risk the money to run. I mean, I don't think that would be a question. So I wouldn't be
backing people.
Robert, I'm not going there. Okay.
No, but you don't have to. You don't have to.
Listen, Robert, we got to go real quick. I want you to close on this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the United States Constitutional Fifth Incrimination, especially confession from torture cannot be admissible in the court of law. But in Liberia today, the justice in chamber said those confessions should be submitted in a court of law. It is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable because the brains and the minds that we've put in those positions are unbelievable. I mean, it's just what it is, and it goes back to what Cummings have consistently said. You do the same things over and over, and somehow expect a different results. No, it doesn't work that way. It's not rocket science. It is unbelievable. But what else would you expect from those that you have given the power of authority to make these kinds of decisions? What else would you expect from them? It's like, what else would I expect from Trump when he look at the president of a whole country and says, of all of the important topics, of all of the important things, and says, where did you get your education? You speak beautiful, beautiful English, right? And then the very people that we elected, instead of us looking at that and saying, wait a minute, I think this is an intelligent insult. They make videos and says, hey, my name is this person, and I'm from Liberia, and we speak beautiful English. Hey, my name is John Paul, and I'm the political advisor to the president, and we speak beautiful English. Hey, my name, and I mean, for a whole week.
I saw that in trend for almost 2 weeks.
For a whole week or two, right? And when the president returns to the country, he returns with beautiful English. Meanwhile, the pots of Liberians in the masses remains empty. People can barely have two good three meals a day. So when you empower unbelievable, unsophisticated, uneducated, right? People to solve complex, cases and complex situations. You don't expect anything other than unbelievable, and so that's just what it is. I don't think this judge understands, this he understands what he's doing, and I want to.
It's a woman.
I don't think she's understand what she's doing, and let's see what becomes of that. But it's unbelievable. But I wanted to go back and speak to something Sylvester said, which I agree with. My issue with that is what he's saying does not align with what his position on the rape cases. When he said, and I quote, "If we cannot defend those that are defenseless, then we are useless." I concur 100%. If we as a country cannot defend the defenseless, then why do we have a government? If we cannot defend those who cannot, or those who are not positioned to defend themselves, if our country cannot secure our borders, if Liberians cannot go to bed at night knowing that their borders are not being used to import drugs that are damaging the lives of young Liberians, if Liberians cannot go to bed at night without knowing that guns are not being transported in and out of the country, in some of the most remotest part of our country, then why do we have a government? There's no need for a government if we cannot ensure that our borders are protected, if we cannot put the mechanisms in place to ensure all of these things. So if we cannot, if the government by the law, cannot defend a poor 14-year-old girl, then who does she go to for defense? If we continue to say, and in no way am I suggesting that Brian Miguel is guilty of what he's been accused of. No, I still believe innocence until proven guilty. But I also believe, and it's also glaring, the double standard has been applied here, which we've all missed. We know if Brian Miguel was not Brian Miguel, he would not get the privileges that he's gotten. And I go back to the cases where other young men and women have been arrested immediately without all of the dots that the police are trying to connect. What happened to the other boy who were caught and who raped the other girl? Did we see DNA test? No. Bam, they were arrested. What happened to the other kids? Did we see DNA test? No, they were arrested. So who is Brian Miguel? That we continue, we must put everything, all of the standards online to say, oh, we must wait for all this preponderance of evidences to arrest him. They know exactly what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and the government also knows that. If this was a daughter of someone who can make serious noise in our country, someone who got small cash in our country, they know their thing would not go forward. If this was my daughter, I'll be raising hell right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Brian Miguel will not be walking around free. I can almost guarantee you that. They know what they're doing because they know the father is a nobody. They know the father have no money. They know if the father does not appear on radio or on radio with Mr. Gongloe, right? They know his case may not be heard. They know if the closing argument had not pushed this case from the genesis of the inception of it, they know this case would not have been heard. This is the politics that we're doing. So, Sylvester, I agree with you 100%. We must defend the defenseless. And all of us, it's incumbent upon all of us, most especially our government officials, to defend those who cannot defend themselves. We got to do that. But we can't selectively start to defend people. And we can't selectively say, you know what, if just because it didn't happen in the past, doesn't mean it can happen now. The problem is, if another person was accused of rape today, and that person was not in the government, or that person was a political opponent, we know how much the police will do with this case. They know that they will arrest these people. They know they will in the next day the newspaper will carry this case. We are inconsistent with the standards we set. And to Mr. Gongloe's point, I'm not sure who said that, Johnny. I'm not happy with the standards. I'm not happy with the standards, Johnny. But the older I get, and the more you think about this stuff, it's annoying. It pisses me off. We don't need a revolution, Mr. Gongloe. We don't need a military revolution. We need a mind-changing revolution. We need to educate our people. We need to psychologically position them to open the eyes and say, can't you see what you are doing to yourselves? You are killing yourselves. Because you've been abused, you've been damaged, and you still continue to reward those who abuse and damage you. Can't you see that your grandfather, your father have no savings? They were born poor, they were die poor, you were die poor, your children were die poor. Can't you see? That's what we need. We need a psychological mindset switch. We need to do something other than just militancy, because militancy have done nothing for us. It got us deeper in the mess that we find ourselves. So until we do that, until we come together and do that, whatever system that have been put in place, we must respect the democratic processes. If Liberians continue to reward people who have not done nothing for them, then we must respect that. So we must respect that. Bwaka Khan will go. They elect somebody else again, that other person can't go until we come to that realization that we are tired and we need to change course and elect people who are result-oriented. They can prove that they've done something, and they will do it if you get an opportunity. Then that's the standard. If rogues are the standard for elected offices, then all of us don't have to steal, but let add level all rogues. Maybe that's how we're gonna get there. If they say you must be a rogue, Tomalin, if the 90% people say we want rogue, then don't all get elected. So let all add level rogues. If 90% say they want criminal, and without criminal, then let all add like criminal. And that's what the people want. But we cannot have a different set of standards for few people.
Rabbi and Pewee stole the show today.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, can I say something real quick?
Listen, guys, it's 9 o'clock. Let's go to closing. Sarah, do your closing.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. The show was great. I enjoy it.
Come back tomorrow.
Yes, I want to come back.
Come back Monday. And come back Monday.
I'll be working as a team. But what I wanted to say is that
tell your boss you got to be on closing argument. You don't have to go to work.
You all right? A closing argument pay my bill. What I wanted to say here was that I want us to be of help to this family. I want us to take the challenge. I want us to sponsor the amount it takes for this DNA test to go to a different country to be tested. I want us to establish a GoFundMe to raise the money to send this. If the people agree, we can raise the money to send our DNA test out of the country to be tested.
Start the GoFundMe. I'll be the first to contribute.
I will start the GoFundMe tomorrow.
I will make a contribution.
That's a good idea. So what would you? We can take 30 minutes for 45 minutes of our show, maybe on, because tomorrow we're having the minister will be here. So after the minister leaves, maybe we'll do it on Friday. We can do it, Christopher. That's a good idea.
I want us to help this family. Let
the father, when we start the GoFundMe on Friday, let invite the father to come tell his story too.
Thank you. I don't know the father. I don't know how to get in touch with them, but we want to be a blessing to the family because I want.
In fact, Johnny is here. Johnny is very good.
So
you get in touch with the family for us.
So that if we do the, we raise the money for the DNA, it is done and come back that this man is not the person.
Then that's good. That's because we are here to find the fact. We're not siding with anybody.
About the DNA, right?
Yes, we are responsible. We don't care.
Well, Tana, he laughed, but
Are you standing already?
No, listen, they have had.
But at least you know it's been a long time now. Come on.
It doesn't matter. The DNA
but at least let DNA be submitted.
The gas specimen to get close, you got to get close already.
Okay, they do have the
unless the police tamper with our evidence.
Not far away from us.
Unless the police.
Johnny, can you get in touch with Councillor Gongloe to see if we can, if it is possible for us to raise funds to have this things sent to the lab in neighboring countries so that we can get to the bottom of this, please.
Of course, it's possible. I can go to the office tomorrow.
Please.
Yeah, but also visit. I will contact the police too.
Sarah.
But let me say something quick. Let me get
Jala got news for you. Joe Majala got news for you.
People saying people Gary. He can never come on the platform. He won't be in the comment section.
You really think I get time for Joe Majala?
Tomalin, Joe, can you flag Joe Majala comment then, please?
So, Mr. Gayman, I think I jump in John Sarah to close my look.
Go ahead.
I know that we should have.
You gotta contribute more than $20 or that.
No, leave that minute. They get them for both from me. Anybody can contribute whatever they have. Not taxing people.
It will be good. One thing I know, Sarah, is that we should have a DNA machine in Liberia. I remember around 2016, 17.
The people ain't want to prosecute the kids.
Somewhere there. And it should be, I want to government ministry or somewhere. And I remember the meeting we had with the Vice President Joelle, she was asking us to find a way to raise funds to train the users of the X-ray machine. I mean, of the DNA machine. You know, that was the request we were making to us that, you know, they wanted funding, we should raise funds to provide training for the users.
They don't have people who know how to use it.
For now, we want to send we're not training nobody to do this particular case. They're training
Yes, so it's true.
2025?
It is true that it will be a good idea to support the government, police, to be able to collect the evidence, support the evidence collection, and then be able to do the prosecution to save the state name from being biased in the kind of matter. It's not against the state. I think the action that was raised by by Sarah and my brother, Robert, about us finding a way to raise funds to support the police in gathering the evidence in terms of the DNA. Since DNA is the issue now, it would be good. How long does it take from here to Ghana by air and get a specimen
I
maybe in
mean,
24
for
hours?
the 8 hours, they can get a result.
No,
Yeah.
It's done. Even
Mr. Johnny,
So
I'm
there
not
is the
Mr.
truth.
Mr.
The
Johnny, I'm
government
not
is set
supporting.
out to do it, but they know
I'm
what
not. There you go. I'm not supporting the government. The government can afford a round trip
they
ticket to
can afford
Ghana.
to do it.
Yeah, they can afford to do it.
Okay,
So,
okay, I
I
get it.
agree
But
with Robert. That it should
in
not be
fact,
the
Ghana is
supporting the
far, right?
government.
Listen, Ghana is far. The enemy machine is in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, it's 8 hours from Monrovia to Sierra Leone by road, right? 8 hours by road from Monrovia to Sierra Leone by road. Freetown is 8 hours. From Monrovia to Abidjan by road is around 10 to 12 hours. Abidjan has a very good system there. So, I mean, I'm
Oh
just
yeah,
saying the cheapest
Abidjan is
means.
very sophisticated. You know, you have to read
I'm
Abidjan
just
so
mean.
you can get that DNA
Johnny,
test.
I just mean the cheapest
Johnny,
means. The cheapest means. No,
no,
no, Mr. Game,
you
I'm
don't
just
want to
saying
do the
the
cheapest
cheapest.
mean.
You can get it done in Ghana. You
No.
can get it done in Myean.
Hey, man.
Anyway, that 24 hours is done. We don't have to worry about it. And
Okay.
DHL
All right. Okay.
is
Okay.
come to the
All right.
lab here. We pay for it, and it's done.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good.
Yeah.
So let me kind of okay. Let me my closing argument. My closing argument here. My closing argument is to we have the thing they call Miranda right. It was copied from the U.S. and I'm surprised to hear that a senior judicial person, the on the Supreme Court bench, we see paper, we see information about and document about evidence collected on torture. When torture is a serious human rights issue, and to say that evidence collected on that means should be admissible input. I mean, I think what I know, we have to do more background investigation and know why she said that. And also, I will appreciate the defense to ask for the full bench, to sit on that matter. Because right now she's in chamber. I think they should ask for the full bench to sit on that matter to review it before going further. But I mean, like Pewee and everybody said, this is a department of any government that will encourage international people to come to your country. If our justice system doesn't show integrity, doesn't show transparency, accountability, I see it very difficult for any real European or American investor to come here. We'll always see Chinese and Indian people coming because they don't have standard for that business they want to make. They can bribe their way to go anywhere and do business there. But to have a real European business come to Liberia, American company come to Liberia, where their governments have strong restriction on them in terms of corruption and things, and the way our system works, I'm worried that we may not have a real big investment coming here because of the way our judiciary works. And I'm hoping that our system can improve. If this was a mistake, they should correct the mistake. It's not good to have the population having distrust in the judiciary. If we have a serious issue with distrust, then I'm afraid we are heading for a very deep valid problem in this country. And we also, this is the area where we have any issue in terms of election, we should go to for redress. So if we begin to see all these indications showing to us now that the likelihood of having a judiciary or a Supreme Court that will not be transparent and not be accountable to the American people, then we are sorry. We may slip into something that we all do not want, but will become obvious. But let me say thank you, Mr. Gayman, for having this show well moderated, organized. I want to also appreciate all my fellow panelists on this show, and the greatest appreciation goes to those who are still burning the data to follow us on the Facebook and those that were on the radio. And I'm the one on this show that spend more time, more money, more than all of you on this show here.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That will not lie,
I'm
man.
living
That's
in Mo-
expensive in Liberia.
I'm living in Monrovia here to get data because I have commitment to coaching argument and I want to also make my voice heard. I got bad data every evening to come on the show. I got to make sure that I got current on to be on with you. Even when I'm in the field in the contest, I try to join the show. So you guys need to know that I'm doing a great job to be on the show. So thank you, Tomalin, and the rest of the team.
So
You
Good night.
gotta look into getting a Starlink. Maybe you may pay a little cheaper.
What cost you a month?
Come again?
How much cost you a month for the data?
Oh no, Tomalin, don't that's all in the bag, man.
We're talking backstage.
Let me do my
That's
closing,
correct.
Mr. Jerome. I gotta go quick, man.
1 minute. Let Pewee driving. Pewee, do your closing. He's driving.
I don't think he's ready yet.
I think you are muted, Pewee.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you. Um, thank you for the moderation. I think it was a great show. We look forward to having another great show tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Garguah.
Yeah, great show. Great show. I know everyone anticipated the deputy minister to be on. But we'll be here. Whenever he decides to come on, whether it's 1 month from here or next year, we'll still be here.
Coming on tomorrow.
They will make another read before
you make it sound like he's sabotaging your own show.
With a cheap installation service they got over there.
Because his boss were on the class reloaded. No issue whatsoever. Fine. The internet fine on the other side.
They ain't prepared. They gotta go prep the minute.
Johnny is here. Internet fine. No problem. The man, I don't know what side you on. The internet fine. But whenever he decide to come on, we'll be here. We'll be here.
The man saw you coming.
No, we'll be here. We'll be here. And
make him up for it.
We'll be here, and I look for but all jokes aside, I look forward to. Listen, this is a friendly environment. Tomalin knows. I have a very hard head, but I'm a professional. We can sit all day and have hours of intellectual conversation around the issues, and I look, I look forward to really engaging him. I want to know. I'm not going to even ask him a question, but I will look forward to engaging him tomorrow or whenever, and also look forward to engaging Dylan. I made a commitment to Dylan. I have not carried out that commitment, but it's not my fault, Dylan, that I didn't carry that commitment. It's the people say that I sent too much money to Liberia, so I cannot send.
Oh my man, come on, man!
I cannot.
Close your show. Let's go.
I cannot send a certain amount.
On Monday,
but my commitment.
Send it to me. I will send it to you.
My commitment. Look at Jerome. I will send it to Sylvester. But my commitment remains. But it's a great show. It's a great show always.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
I think Sylvester are gonna respond.
I want the final person in answer. I want you send it for the second answer to me too.
Johnny, can you check on that thing for me and let me know, please? I'm about to start a GoFundMe.
Yeah, Johnny will take.
But Mr. Jerome, we look for a great show always.
Okay, let's talk after here. Call me after here.
Great show. But please, guys, let's have a meeting in the back. I think Mr. Jerome suggested that a few weeks ago. Let's have a meeting tomorrow. It can be tomorrow or it can be the weekend, but let's have a meeting.
I agree.
All right, guys, thank you.
Have the outside
Mr. K, close real quick. Let's go.
Well, I want to say thank you for the show. Thank you for the opportunity. At least these few days I've been having time on my job here to join the show. But look, let me say this, right? Internet issues derived from poor installation service. I've been in the field for like 18 years. I can tell anybody it can snow, rain, sunshine, whatnot. The weather does not determine your internet unless you have poor installation service. Then yes. But here in the United States, when I was in Wyoming, of all places, in July, August, where it can snow, you still have your service going on. All right. And so I can tell anybody that. Now, to the issues. Robert, Liberia, I think Mr. Gongloe said this. We don't need Ibrahim Traore star in Liberia because our military is not disciplined enough to do the clean job. Let's be straightforward. They are not, look at police just to exercise an arrest. They are just angry just to exercise simple arrest. Go apprehend this person, and they can't even exhibit professionalism. Lawmaker driving a vehicle without a license plate. You get stopped. You are over the place. I mean, everybody just angry in the country for whatsoever reason. I don't know. So until we can reach a point. So Robert, to this point you made, that the people will get to the level, yes. But part of that is what Mr. Cummings is addressing. Poverty has a way to diminish one's ability to not make rational decisions. If you are poor, you don't make good rational decisions. So giving the people a living wage, 25 to 30,000 people, it will impact immediately. That will start trickling down to the rest of the other people, because in Liberia, if you hire one person indirectly, you are hiring 10%. And so imagine the impact it will have on our country. People will start making good decisions. People will start thinking right. But when you're hungry, like, and I'm not proud to say what I'm about to say, but many people went to bed tonight hungry. Many of them will wake up tomorrow. It's not even guaranteed if they will have a meal. It's not.
You don't know how to start the day.
That is the reality of many Liberians, millions of them. And then people will come here and say, oh, what happened in the legislature has nothing to do with the president. Hello. George Weahtan, they added 30,000. We made noise about it.
Got 1 minute now. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm closing. Senator Dillon carried 7,005 back. We made noise and whatnot. This arm around, President Barker signed. Looking at the national budget, 100,000 each to 73 lawmakers, 150,000 each to 30 senators. Hey, my people. But then we say we don't get DNA machine in the country. That is not the salary of the lawmaker. The president can say, no, I object to this because I promised the people I will get in a wheelbarrow to go to the executive mansion. Folks, we need to be serious about our nation. I want to thank you for the opportunity, and we'll be back here tomorrow. Hopefully, our dear Minister Internet will be in good shape, and I'm off tomorrow. So I'll be seated.
Okay.
Waiting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, take us out.
Okay, look, guys, the minister confirmed he'll be here tomorrow. He'll be here tomorrow. In fact, it was raining like bread. In fact, even if you notice, our station, the stations, True FM and Kia, they were off the air because
early.
whenever it's raining, I've been like bread before it raining, the transmitter, if that rain is heavy, it can damage it, and when it damages it off the radio.
Man, don't scare people from moving back.
So they're supposed to put on air ground. They're supposed to
that's the reality. So that's why whenever they rain, they always try to protect the transmitter before it gets damaged. Yeah. So I believe, and the minister, he wanted to because he called me on the phone. He wanted to. I said no. It better you come in person. So he will not do the show on the phone. So tomorrow.
He honored his commitment. That was very nice of him.
And also, the dinner will be here on Monday. The Senate go back to session on Tuesday. They all be going back from the break. We go back to session on Tuesday. And I can tell you, we got a lot of people who come on the show. They say the platform's small, but guess what? The government, people will come here. The government people say, okay, same other platform, get the other people in there now. There's a platform that is independent. The CA being we diverse, we accept anybody. That's why on the platform, CDC here or ANC here or UP here, or everybody can come here. They're free. But we make sure that
say Lanu here too. Say Lanu here.
Here too, yeah. We'll make sure that the platform is play the role where people can come free and come and express themselves. We're not here to just say, okay, we get beaten the government. We didn't know. If the government does it right, we praise them. If they go across, we criticize them. That's how. And if everybody be free, I can't say Sarah, don't say this, or Johnny, don't say this. We don't do that. You're free, you're not censored. So when people watch the show from a distance, I was surprised when we got it at the conference. People were saying, people watch the show, I don't want you. People say, watch the show all the time. And we watch the show on a big screen TV. So we see, one by one, know you. And I can't want, in fact, I was surprised. I didn't me call me. The person she said, well, Gayman. He said, because how can she do Gayman on vacation? Because she said, we basically see on the show. I said, wow. So we better be monitoring it. So yeah. So for him to recognize that he was the face there, they saw it and expressed it. And that's why we come here. So now we're quiet because we're watching us. You want to show yourself and people say, that man or that woman. So now we just take it cool. But my people, that we got work to do. We got 2029. There will be a tough time. This journey will study. We'll continue this journey. And the good thing, we have
the competition will be too hard. This 2029.
So good. When nobody controlling you, like say, okay, you can't do that. You can't do that one. It makes it better. But we have the coming. They will all come here. In fact, the police and Sarah, somebody just said that. What you just said, that's how people can start changing stuff in that manner. Like for instance, when you're talking about change, that's some of the ways change should start. The police is saying that the only thing I'm waiting for now is the DNA. But I think I'm not too sure. But what I heard today, I think already sent a sample already, but I will follow through it. I know for
Can
one.
you follow through it
companies that already sent the
Sarah,
abroad.
Even if the police send it, it would be good to have an independent
like a twin die
one.
Confirm it, you know, and we'll confirm it. But on a serious note, I will welcome
Johnny will work on that. Johnny and I.
Yeah, Johnny, please.
Johnny, get on Mr. Gongloe, get on lawyer Gongloe.
Yeah, so you're going to find out how much it costs, do all the thing, they call it to do the thing.
Yeah, I want to know the cost and everything. Now we can raise the fund.
Listen,
because we also need an
bring Mr. Gongloe here. Bring Mr. Gongloe. Bring the lawyer here.
We need an independent report. We need an independent report.
Johnny, can you get us? I'm going to call Kehleboe so we can go from there.
Okay.
But Johnny, please help us out. If you can reach out to him, that would be fine too.
Okay.
Also, honorable Chief, Johnny wanted the number, wanted to get it. I will call you on the back, but he wanted Dr. Don's connection, so we forgot to do that. Okay, guys. Listen, tomorrow let's be back on time. I think when Honorable George talked about people say our platform small, somebody just posted as of now with as late as it is, you still got 1,100 people watching as late as it is. So their
closing argument is not small.
You know, some
into a lot of people that say, "Oh, I saw your closing argument."
It's small when I get juice. It's small when I get juice.
I know.
For the fact that come out today, our platform are going to focus on because we want to see what you're going to say, and that's why. The people said, Mr. Gayman, seriously, tomorrow we'll start with the policy issue. The government, what the government promised. They promised the Liberian people. I mean, we can provide, started from there, and then we can take it there. You know, like what the government promised they were going to do, and then in year 3, and that's what happened. We'll get a briefing and so forth. You know, I know the former president posted one chat room, one room, one sound, wrote a car in that.
On the road back.
I saw that.
The road is running back.
Yeah, the car.
So go where?
Greenville area.
But they want from Bon County. I posted it.
But what I told the people, they can't understand.
On the flip side too, to go Grand here, there's like cheaper now. A poor now, first of all, so the poor have made some progress.
No, listen.
But Tomalin,
when we talk about fixing road, we're not talking about breaking the road. We're talking about paying.
You saw the new price for the transfer prices. It's simple because that means when you're paying 10,000, now you're paying less than that.
Some progress have been made. Tomalin,
now don't go there because today the big one that happened in Grand Bassa, they say from Monrovia to Grand Bassa were 500 LD. Everybody was cheering. Then they came back and said, no, it's 900 or 1,000 LD.
But Bassa Road, I think it's Bassa Road is paid.
That's what that road was.
Yes, but it's not 500 LD. That's the point. So anyway, let's do this tomorrow.
And lastly, tomorrow, let's share our Lone Star of Victory. Lone Star in Namibia tomorrow, which we're going to show that we'll be
in Liberia, right?
In Liberia. We'll be led on the chief patron of sports, His Excellency Joseph Boga, lead the Lone Star to victory tomorrow.
Everybody show us support the team. No, but listen now, the president goes on. The president goes on the field. You got to support the team.
But when it comes to the national team, that is beyond politics.
That's right. We have to support the national team.
Look, Pewee, I love sport, right? And that's the reason why I will forever be grateful to George Weah. You understand? The fact that George Weah, even Sam Jesse, AC Milan number 14 Jesse, that team set here in my eye, I began almost crying.
They will take it from you. Say you weren't supposed to, man.
Do you know? I didn't even know that we are inter.
But when I said yes, in your eye though.
No, but as Sarah, I didn't know that we are inter, right? Yeah. I had just gotten out of the supermarket, the biggest supermarket in Abidjan, Kosoko say. I paid the equivalent of $75 back then. And you know that money that time in Abidjan was a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Anthony, you won't win Grand there. The people there's Joe we are. Then imagine
all the boys Grand they can call me ANC mail. Even on the Grand they can call me ANC.
Who Anthony contesting against Grand
Whoever will come up.
But as Zopeno, Pewee, I'm not here to blow my horn.
Zopeno resources, Anthony.
No, hold on. When Zopeno came to Philadelphia,
there will be a lot of candidates, I'm sure.
Listen, when Zopeno came to Philadelphia, he had a cheering squad. A real cheering squad. Everybody get praising. When I pick up the microphone, the place went quiet. You know the question I asked Zopeno, he could not answer?
You joking?
What is your legislative accomplishment in almost 20 years since you've been a senator? Hey, you've been a representative 3 times. You won election 3 times as a representative and 1 time senator. The man could not present it up to today's day. In his group chat.
He didn't tell you that you were buying paper
answer that question.
But let me say this to you. I agree that
Anthony.
I agree.
They didn't tell you you were buying paper top.
Not all. Everybody know you were buying paper top.
I agree that you want to contest, and I agree that we support young people.
You're more than qualified, my brother.
Like you, as compared to him, in terms of the substance and the competency and the codification, you're far ahead of him on that. But let me say this to you about Liberian politics. I started it from 2000 in the new politics, 2005 when we promoted Senator Kupi then. If you contested in the rural area, the interior part of our country, the people don't really look at substance.
You're right.
They look at your ability.
What do I get from you?
A relationship.
So my fear that Zopena, that's one of the reasons how he been winning elections.
Yeah.
He go do that.
That is very true.
I'll get this. So my fear is to counter those kind of people, you have to be engaged with the party directly. To just come late because you don't have the resources to match his. And he's one person that he's an opportunistic element. He will go by the wind. Now he's promoting this government, right? We are now in no time he left.
That's how he's been doing it.
So he will seek the support and get the financial means to do. So the kind of people get in, or you have to strategically engage them. I don't need those kind of people in the area. He brings nothing to bear. Nothing. Absolutely.
The man been off for 20 years.
Nothing.
Okay, guys, let's save some for tomorrow, guys.
Nothing.
Tomorrow,
Chief
Tomalin, they are still complaining about our YouTube. People are saying
tomorrow.
I think we have to engage the technician to see
what y'all go to the anyway. Y'all can figure that out.
Kadi.
You see, almost 9:30, and we still have more people. You know, sometimes. So if the show were to listen, and sometimes the given people will say the show sometimes have to be. We have to
extend the show sometime.
We have to interrupt the show so now we're combative.
Of course, they need some juice. Listen, who want to go to sleep? This is now public national public radio.
No, but Pewee,
you come here and people falling. People
on that.
Where his
Rapper ready?
Why you have
You're trying to play joke.
Where is he?
Now look at people here. They ring the honor ball and not joke.
You got
a ball ring.
The man in where is he? Every time he come here, he fall asleep. We start going at it.
Anthony, what you have to do moving forward, you have to find means to give me small thing. I start sending your we know you for your campaign. No, not me.
The man is looking for a consulting job. Getting the man
consulting job. No, honestly, Anthony is sure to contest. There are a lot of things he have to do if you want to undo Zopena. And to undo Zopena, you need a concerted propaganda against that people know that hey, this may be that's why you're getting this and a change in Lofa. That's why the man doing that. What have you gained from the man differently? Nothing.
You know, Pewee, and I agree with everything you're saying, right?
Nothing.
The first thing I started doing with Zopeno, folks, that was since 2023, was to ask them what has Zopeno done since 2023. They have not answered that question. And then when we went to this town hall, I asked the question why you keep asking the one question over and over? Well, he has not provided an answer yet, right? I mean, I'm not against him personally. I can care less what he does with his personal life. But what are you bringing to our people for 20 years?
And I agree. He's done nothing. Nothing. In terms of representation, he's not one of those voices that can.
When the man go to the house, he doesn't speak. He doesn't say nothing. Look, when they were doing the confirmation of the foreign minister Sarah Beston Yanti, right? Do you know the question he asked? He asked the lady, how do you rate
Don't care about what I'm doing. The poor grandchildren don't care for that one.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.
They care for when the man go, the man ready so that the man say, they posted ask Zing upon Senator, okay, I will pay out 10 bono Zing.
Yeah.
One
part in grandchildren will have a video game you played there on the print of show. He spoke in crown, right? He said Zopeno is the one. I live will say one late thing again. I'll leave a few cup of rice. That's what the boss said.
Yeah, that's the reason why he win.
And he spoke in crown. He said, "Zo nya kokobio." You know, he said that Zo can give you a cup of rice.
Yeah,
and why does it sound funny? That is the reality.
And for him, mindset, it's not the issue about the representation I will push to build the road going to my grandchildren.
No, he doesn't care about
or the hospital there to get some support. They're not that concerned. And that's there where the problem is in the country. We don't concentrate on the major issue. Now, if the man can't put 200 at 1,005, or your wife give birth, the man buy baby top, the man gets Zing, that's for you. The then major thing happens when you hire, start bullying, rush you to the matter. Is it Mother Taught Me Hospital?
Mother Taught Me Memorial Hospital, yeah.
Memorial Hospital in Israel. You book something happen, you go, you know more. You go, no more gonna be. So now, if the man went and say, okay, this budget people will advocate, will push, will put this amount of money in the budget to bring more hospital equipment, to bring more medicine in the hospital, to push the build a road, to build more good schools, to give support to the schools that are already existing here, the Zreju multilateral high or whatsoever you call it. They don't.
You know the claim in May so recipe Eugene, the representative from Lofa Camp that introduced the bill for the community college before Ellen jumped on it and sponsored that bill. He claimed he co-sponsored the bill. So on the print double show, so I said, okay, what portion of that bill that you co-sponsor? What part of it that you contributed to? He could not say. So I said, you only voted for it because you saw everybody voting for it, and it was a good thing. And you were then, somebody who used to get along with Madame Sally. So you supported it, right? I said, voting for it, nothing wrong with it, but you did not co-sponsor. Oh, I challenged the team. I said, okay, you're sure the portion you co-sponsor? He can't say it. Another thing he claimed that he did. They were collecting some money for the Grand Jury Association. He claimed that he sent $3,000 here. So I said, but why you can take that $3,000 and help the people in Grand Jury? Why are you sending us $3,000 for the Grand Jury Association? We can raise $75,000 in one weekend. Why are you sending us $3,000 here? He said, I was trying to support. Another thing again, he claimed the community college that is now, accredited to be a university now, which of course, it was not something that really excited me. First and foremost, the building, they said the building was constructed, a price tag $2 million. Pewee, it's like a high school campus or elementary school. $2 million for that structure over there. And the senator could not do a oversight on our project to verify to see what really happened, who did what. Nothing.
Yeah, much is better to be done, man. They had to do more.
But guys, I will try to drum tomorrow. I'm off and I'll be on.
Okay.
All right.
But listen did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what they happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyker Sr.,
This is Steve National. We are coming to you live from
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.